Good morning again, everybody. Welcome to this wonderful, very, very special event. My name is Kelsang Dolker. I will be the co-MC of the morning. And this is Tenzin Jola. She will be the co-MC of the event. Have the music down, please. Sundula. Music. Can you off the music, please? Could you please please turn off the music? Thank you. We have all now witnessed the procession of the portrait of His Holiness the Dalai Lama enthroned on the stage. I thank all the distinguished guests who made it possible despite the rain. Thank you very much. We now have the members of the Sangha. They will be offering a prayer for auspiciousness for the day. Thank you. Karinche again, the Banabaso, Ningtawan Karinche. Tarji Seshi Suge, Chino Hosa Yamuchimbuki, Kuba Tondubuche Chola, who do you want to Tambetone, Namasolo Gongshula, Taring, Seshi di, and Ganzo, Ledun de Chazanji, Injikin Joyis, Naras de Puri, Nabasola to Seshi Shui. I just announced to the public that from now on, everything will be done in English here, just to respect our honored guests and the larger Toronto community. At this point, it's my great honor to invite our chief guest, MP James Maloney, and our keynote speaker and our special guest, Radha Khensu Rinpoche La, to the stage, please, and we will do the ceremonial lighting of the butter lamp. Thank you. Yes, President Digishula La, please accompany Mr. James Maloney and Kensula. Oh, I see Dr. Bante Saranpala has arrived, so please accompany the guest on the stage. Thank you. Can I please ask the entire public for a grand applause, please? The ceremony has now begun.
Good morning and Tashidale, everyone. Before we begin, we would like to formally acknowledge and welcome our esteemed guests. Distinguished members of the Sangha, our Honorable Chief Guest, MP James Maloney, our keynote speaker and special guest, Venerable Khyentse Rinpoche, and all our guests of honor, Khenpo Dr. Kunga Sherabla, Pujala Karpuche, Dr. Amber Moore, elected officials, elders, community members, and of course, all our friends and members of the public, thank you so much for being here. Today, we gather here at the iconic Sankofa Square in the heart of Toronto, the most multicultural city in the world. We are here to mark the Year of Compassion, Kode in Tibetan, celebrating the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama.
This is more than just a milestone birthday celebration. It is a profound moment of reflection for all of us. This event serves as a powerful reminder that compassion is a responsibility, not just an ideal. In a world currently facing division and uncertainty, His Holiness's lifelong message of kindness, dialogue, compassion, and universal responsibility is more relevant than it has ever been. Through today's ceremony, prayers, culture, and community, we honor a life entirely devoted to peace, wisdom, and human values. The deeper vision and significance of today's program will be shared shortly by the President of the Tibetan Canadian Culture Centre on behalf of the organizing committee. At this point, to officially ground our gathering today, may I now request Inzidola for land acknowledgement, please.
We acknowledge that our celebration takes place on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. This land is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also recognize that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the Williams Treaties, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on this land. We further acknowledge the many diverse communities who now call this place home, including Tibetan Canadians who have settled across Toronto and Ontario. Their presence reflects resilience, cultural preservation, and a continued commitment to community, compassion, and peace. We also recognize the deep cultural and environmental significance of Tibet, often referred to as the roof of the world, whose glaciers, rivers, and ecosystems sustain millions of people across Asia. As we gather for Sankofa Square, we acknowledge all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of African descent who came here involuntarily through the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. Please join us in honoring these ancestors and their spirit of resilience, learning from the past to build a better future together.
Thank you, Junla. Following this, we ask everyone to please join as we transition into the singing of Canadian National Anthem, the Tibetan National Anthem, led by Gotun volunteers and the students of Tibetan Canadian Cultural School. Please come on the stage for the anthem. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. We will now transition to the exhibition tent. I request all the dignitaries to please accompany the President of the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center, Ms. Digi Shukla, and kindly do the ribbon cutting and the VIP guided tour. This is the formal inauguration of the exhibition tents. While the inauguration will happen and we'll have a VIP guided tour, in a second I will explain to you the tents and the exhibitions we have on display today.
For speaking or?
Asamara. You want to do that? Check. All right, they're live.
While the VIP has the guided tour of the exhibition tents, may I now announce to the public and the community at large here what we have in display here so that you know what are inside those tents. The Pavilion A, you see the Tibetan tent there. Here we have life, legacy, and contribution of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And in that you would see a lot of roll-up banners. That is a display of the brief biography of His Holiness, his early life and responsibility, His Holiness's meeting with the world leaders, the awards and honors received by His Holiness, His Holiness's publications. His Holiness, as we know, have published hundreds of books. We have some in display today here. Then we also have the Mind and Life meeting banners, the Kala Chakra initiation. And after that, the second tent, you will see the 4 principal commitments of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The first commitment, promoting basic human values. The second commitment, promoting religious harmony. The third commitment being preserving Tibetan cultural heritage and environment. And Exhibit D, the fourth commitment, reviving India's ancient wisdom traditions. Today's event is a celebration of the life and legacy of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and our main focus is also the 4 commitments of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. You will witness that we have keynote speakers, special speakers, speaking on each commitment in detail for you throughout the day. Then we have Pavilion C, where we have the Tibetan culture, fields of knowledge and traditions. What you will see is the display of the major and minor sciences, focusing on the core pillars of Tibetan intellect and cultural tradition. The exhibit A has the Buddhist philosophy, science and logic. Exhibit B, Tibetan traditional medicine and astrology. We also have the monks, a group of monks doing the sand mandala for you. The next exhibition tent would have the Tibetan language, grammar and literature. Then there is also exhibition on arts and crafts. You will see a Tibetan artist doing the Tibetan scripts, very traditional ones, and also the modern Tibetan scripts. And you will also see the artist live painting the tankas. You can ask as many questions as you like. We also have exhibition of the Tibetan performing arts. Then there is an exhibition of the map and flag of Tibet, which is a symbol of an enduring Tibetan heritage. There is also an exhibition of Tibetan traditional dresses, and you can take your pictures. We also have a few tents here, 3 big tents here displaying the Tibetan culinary. We have Momo to go. We have the Little Tibet restaurant, and we have the Tibetan community kitchen where you will have momos and other delicacies of the Tibetan cuisine. Please help yourself. There is a free tea and water throughout the day, and we have warm momos and other delicacies for you to stay warmed up. And once again, I would like to thank everybody to be able to come here despite the weather, and I think it's our luck that the rain has just stopped, so please enjoy the day. The exhibition tents are now open for the public. You're more than welcome to visit the pavilions. And request to the Tibetan community members here, if you are around the exhibition tent and you see non-Tibetans in the exhibition tents, please be a Tibetan ambassador and explain to them what it is all about. And the non-Tibetans, our friends of Tibet, feel free please to ask as many questions as you want. We'll be happy to answer all your questions. If the VIP, the dignitaries have seen the exhibition, you're requested to please come back to your seat. We're going to resume the performances on the stage. Thank you.
Muted.
Next, we have Tashi Shopa, performed by TCCC volunteer artists. Tashi Shopa is the opening dance of the ancient white mask school of Tibetan opera. People believe the dance can bring good luck to the audience. During the yogurt drinking festival of the Drepung Monastery, held in Lhasa every summer, the dance served as the opening performance. The simple mask symbolizes the image of Tadong Gyabo, the founder of the ancient opera Achihamo.
Oh! 路巴萨，吉林巴路克。王祖我有路这些是我在我的扎西边，这些是我也安家边，这些是我开始他开不了那个都开始人不让那个都的，看着你马上来带谁呢？讲个叫完了我路是我出于的一面，妈耶，其实在我那么路是差去把那个，老去把那个带上。那么我个说，我如果不的出来那边，他是个十八大步，不也看你干不也我那前面打个就我们从那里接触我，俺说我一路这些十八岁我的破家公我了我，干啥的老子不定了来不的，你老帮路过，没送帮路过，知道喂？
la que su tagara manzo ya lu wa ta shi shoba se wa te ne ta shi shoba ya cha be ta shi shoba sha sha ma gi gyari la te gi go je be do wa te ge sen do ja ni ma u be pa le da phule de do
天着一把度过，俺说要到这些时候推到了吃完就Sankofa给顶这顶住，推上推给打碎了，农业给上坡家给顶这刚来人把家，自己参与大家顶顶是会多。农业给上坡家给顶这刚来人把家，自己在去干的顶顶是会多。
Hello? Thank you. May I now request the students of TCCC, Tibetan Language and Cultural School, to offer the Long Life tribute song dedicated to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama.
Tishili lingi so ani nga kanchinde lingi. Oni. Hello. Switching ang palo. Do that.
Sure, live need. But they leave the check.
Hello, tishili yini wage shuyo sanga drone suye deviki ani Sankofa tension chima demi tari ngi zile kemo chiki kuma gudu peviki gudu ki sunzi droshimbare anchiri di gudu di anda gudi shunge di de sanne suye debe periori Ontario chidin sopa ta ani kanju chinde lingchen sopa cheka dues chiki gudi shugo re ta anda de zego gozu ni liu ni sumji droson ani tanda liu sumba dela ya shena tabdion kagi liu sumba dela gyawarum chi kuzi tilo dembeki ani menduen ki chedol ya lupdu so ki menzi chi duen shimbare demi ani anda nga zude chodo dana shingi gendibu namda labdu ka che dana chi chike kundyo ka mangushi de joyo ani sanne ki yin su yodebe pyuri so yobe na nyabadu de chi namna nga zude guden sunzu shis dela ya nama zude nyamshu nangtobe nabe masi ya udu jitana de nga zude shela da sujis chadang de nama tadi yore dana shi de minna mangudu to chabudos ke uduri ne di duzi rang chi do yin samsam ji teme na kange tesa mare anda de egele droshimba di chidang khonsa kyangum che kuzi tilo denbe ki ani pugusu ki mendo ki menzi ki ani lushe chi pigo re ani ege jik si da rawa ngazo laso ege peka
Thank you. Next, please welcome Ms. Nikki Shugla, President of the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center and the Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, and the Chair of the Working Committee, to deliver the welcome speech.
Tashidele everyone. Number linget sangmalola tamdin tashidele. And tanda MC kesanjola sumna shi cheche. Tangadi intinala taringe kechat she choji. Atoma tango jino konskam go chumbo kuba tongje rimbuche chola kuja ngwendu pibe tone. And terin tigar pebe. Ani Maransuge, Gindumba Naba, Mimayo, Lage, Kanjo Chudeling, Ontario, Puri, Judian Sopata, and Monzo Sopa doing its subshun at some detash the leisure. Since our MCs have already read out all the dignitaries' name, and in light of the stretching agenda here, so I'm not going to name each individual. However, I will flow in English today, so everybody understands, and if there are any non-Tibetan speaking audience here, then I want to be able to connect with them. Respected members of the Sangha, distinguished guests, including our chief guest for today, Mr. James Maloney, MP for Etobicoke Lakeshore, respected elders, honored dignitaries, esteemed speakers, community leaders, friends, and fellow Tibetans. I want to wish you all a hearty Tashidalek from the bottom of my heart. We gather today in a spirit of deep gratitude and shared purpose, not only to mark a historic milestone, but to honor a living embodiment of compassion, wisdom, and universal responsibility. It's with profound humility that I speak on behalf of the Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center, and our 6 Tsokpa and community partner organizations, including Regional Tibetan Youth Congress, Tibetan Women's Association of Ontario, Dokam Chushikandru Canada, Dome Association of Ontario, Utzan Cholka of Ontario, and Students for a Free Tibet Toronto, as we commemorate the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama during this globally observed Year of Compassion, declared from July 6, 2025 to July 6, 2026. This initiative, in alignment with the North American Tibetan Association and the Central Tibetan Administration, is a part of a worldwide effort to honor His Holiness's lifelong dedication to peace, non-violence, universal responsibility, and the strengthening of human values. This occasion at Sankofa Square, one of Toronto's most vibrant multicultural public space, represents far more than a ceremonial gathering. It is a shared civic and cultural expression of values that transcend borders, identity, and generations. In an age marked by division, as one of our MCs said, conflict, psychological stress, and global uncertainty, His Holiness continues to remind humanity that compassion is not weakness, but strength, not abstract idealism, but practical necessity. His life stands as a living lesson in resilience without resentment, leadership without ego, and conviction without division. Born in Takhtar Amdor, Tibet, recognized at the age of 2 as the reincarnation of the 13th Dalai Lama, and assuming full responsibility at a young age during a period of profound historical transition, His Holiness has since become one of the world's most respected moral voices. Following the events of 1959 and his exile in India, he has devoted his entire life to the preservation of Tibetan identity, education, and the welfare of the Tibetan people, while also serving as a global advocate for peace, interfaith harmony, and human dignity. His Holiness is guided by his 4 principal commitments. First, the promotion of basic human values, compassion, forgiveness, tolerance, and kindness as the foundation of peace and happiness. Second, the fostering of religious harmony through mutual respect and interfaith understanding. Third, the preservation of Tibetan culture, language, spirituality, and environment as a shared heritage of humanity. And fourth, the revival of the ancient Nalanda tradition with its deep understanding of mind, ethics, emotional well-being, and inner peace. These commitments align closely with his lifelong vision and continue to guide our collective efforts today. As Tibetans in Canada, we carry both privilege and responsibility, the privilege of preserving our identity in freedom and the responsibility of ensuring that these teachings are not only remembered, but lived and shared. As Tibetans in Canada, we are grateful to live in a country that upholds freedom of expression, cultural diversity, and the space to preserve and share our heritage with pride. This gathering is therefore dedicated to bringing His Holiness's vision into the broader public sphere, extending it beyond our community into the moral fabric of Canadian and global society. It is also a reflection of the extraordinary collaboration among our community organizations, Tokpas, sponsors, donors, volunteers, and partners whose commitment has made this event possible. In parallel with this commemoration, a special memoir publication has been prepared. It includes messages from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Central Tibetan Administration, the Tibetan Parliament in Exile, the Sikyong, Canadian dignitaries, and community leaders creating a lasting record of this important moment in our collective history. At a time when His Holiness's global engagements are naturally more limited by age, it becomes even more important that his message is carried forward through accessible platforms, shared spaces, and community-led initiatives that reach broader audience across generations and culture. Most importantly, we have witnessed community, united not by politics or division, but by shared values and collective purpose. As we reflect on this milestone, we are also called to reflect inwardly. How do we embody compassion in daily life? How do we preserve culture while remaining united? How do we contribute to a world that is increasingly in need of ethical grounding and emotional resilience? These questions remain at the heart of His Holiness's teaching and the purpose of this global year of compassion. Perhaps the most meaningful tribute we can offer is not only celebration, but practice, living these values in action. In closing, we offer heartfelt prayers for the long life, health, and continued guidance of His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama. May his teachings on compassion, peace, and wisdom and universal responsibility continue to illuminate the path for humanity for generations to come. And may the spirit of this year of compassion endure far beyond this occasion, reflect not only in ceremonies, but in our daily choices, our conduct, and the kindness we extend to one another. On behalf of the organizing committee, comprising the 7 Tibetan organizations, the Tibetan community in India, and Tibetans around the world, we sincerely thank you all for joining us and choosing to spend your Sunday with us today. Thank you so much, and have a beautiful day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diki Shukla, the President of Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario and Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre, for your very powerful speech. Thank you very much. Next, may I have the honor to call on stage our chief guest, Mr. James Maloney. The Honorable James Maloney is the Member of Parliament for Etobicoke Lakeshore and a respected national voice in the Canadian public life. He serves as the chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Tibet and has been a steadfast and principled supporter of the Tibetan cause and community. As a Canadian MP, he has held senior parliamentary leadership roles and consistently advocated for human rights, religious freedom, and democratic values. Please join me once again giving Mr. James Maloney a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tasha Delay. I'm glad to see nobody's bothered by this weather. It's just a little bit of rain. We're not going to worry about that. So, look, it's a great thrill for me to be here. It's a privilege for me to be here, and it's an honor for me to be here. And I want to start by thanking the Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre, and of course, our hardworking and illustrious President, Deki Shukla. So thank you very, very much. Now we're here to celebrate this year of compassion, celebrate a man celebrating his 90th birthday who received the Nobel Peace Prize. And I'm here as a supporter of Tibetan Canadians. I'm here as supporters of Tibet. But I'm here as a member of Parliament from Etobicoke Lakeshore and the chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Tibet in Ottawa. I am part of a strong group of people who are voicing your concerns in Parliament in Ottawa, including my colleagues Karim Bardizi, Yvonne Baker, myself, and I want to bring greetings too from my provincial counterpart, Lee Fairclough from Etobicoke Lakeshore, who sits in our Ontario Parliament with my friend Alexa Gilmore, who we will hear from shortly. Holiness is an icon of love, compassion, and one of the greatest advocates for peace, dialogue, and understanding. He has shown generations what it means to practice that compassion on a daily basis and speak for freedom and dignity. His Holiness's commitment to helping youth and his dedication to social and environmental responsibility and bringing Buddhist teachings to life in a modern world make him a global influencer of such magnitude that so many seek. Nobody is like His Holiness. When I think of all His Holiness has seen and experienced in his 90-plus years, I am humbled by his wisdom and his knowledge. The adversity he has faced and overcome, the difficulties he has encountered and conquered, and his unwavering commitment to compassion, tolerance, and kindness, even in the face of that stiff adversity and opposition, has been inspirational to me as a member of Parliament. His dedication to dialogue as a means to resolve conflict in whatever shape that takes, and his profound dignity in the face of that adversity has been inspirational. We need those values more than ever in today's complicated world that feels like it is getting more daunting. His Holiness has touched millions of lives over the decades, many he knows about, but many he does not. By making Buddhism and meditation accessible to people of all cultures, he promotes peace and harmony. His Holiness's impact is far-reaching and is helping change the lives of people of all ages. By emphasizing peace, the pursuit of harmony, and happiness, he is making the world a better place. His compassion, support for human rights, and dedication to the cultural and linguistic rights of the Tibetan people and all peoples have been motivating people for generations around the world. Canada stands behind you, Your Holiness, and the Tibetan people. This year of compassion has provided another opportunity for the world to recognize His Holiness' leadership and dedication to peace and the middle way. We are dedicated, as are all of you here, to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that states that everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including the freedom to practice religion in private or in public. Canada has welcomed Tibetan refugees since 1970, and their contribution to the social fabric in Canada has been immeasurable. I've said it before and I will say it again that it is a privilege to have the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre in my constituency of Etobicoke Lakeshore. It's a thriving community, rich in culture and tradition. We've all been deeply moved by His Holiness' leadership regarding his succession, while at the same time are certain he will guide the Tibetan people for many years to come. While the Central Tibetan Administration designated His Holiness' 90th birthday as the Year of Compassion, we in Canada support that vision and teachings of oneness, of humanity, compassion, peace, nonviolence, and of course, the freedom for Tibetans around the world to govern themselves and celebrate their religious and cultural beliefs in total freedom this year and in years to come. Your Holiness, thank you for making the world a better place. Happy Year of Compassion from Canada. And thank you for letting me be part of this community, and I will always stand here with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MP James Maloney, for your significant presence here and your powerful talk. As we all know, MP James Maloney has been a steadfast supporter of the Tibetan cause for many years, and you continue to serve as the chair of the Tibetan Parliamentary Friends of Tibet. Thank you very much for all your support, and we really need more MPs like you to stand for Tibet. With this, may I request the president of the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre, Ms. Digi Shukla, to present the memento of the event to our chief guest, MP James Maloney. I see Ms. MPP Alexa Gilmore has joined the event now. Thank you very much. Mr. James Maloney and Ms. Alexa Gilmore, I see here, and all of our distinguished guests have very, very tight schedules, and despite however tight your schedule is, you made it for today. Thank you very much. Next, we have a very, very, very special speaker. May I please invite our keynote speaker, our special guest, Radhu Khensur Rinpoche Nicholas Vreeland, Geshe Tubdel Hundula, former abbot of Radhu Monastery in India, to please come on the stage and speak on the 4 principal commitments of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Venerable Khensur Rinpoche Thubden Hundula, Dr. Nicholas Vreeland is a Buddhist monk and a distinguished scholar practitioner. He is the former abbot of Radhu Thazang, one of the great monastic institutions of the Tibetan government re-established in India. Dr. Nicholas currently serves as director of the Tibet Center in New York and New Jersey. Born in Geneva, Switzerland, to American parents, Dr. Nicholas was educated across Europe, North Africa, and the United States. After pursuing a professional career in photography, he entered the monastic life and joined Radhu Thazang in 1985. He later earned the esteemed Seti Geshe degree, reflecting the highest level of classical Buddhist scholarship. We are deeply honored to welcome Venerable Khensur Dr. Nicholas Vreeland to the stage now.
I was going to say good morning. I think I have to say good day to everyone. My profound thanks to the organizers of this celebration of His Holiness's 90th birthday. Again, my thanks to the organizers of this celebration of His Holiness's 90th birthday. I'm honored to have been asked to participate in this event, and I'm particularly honored to speak about the aspirations, the 4 commitments of His Holiness. Though His Holiness tells us that he is an ordinary person, a Buddhist monk committed to the pursuit of enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings, I feel that it is helpful to see His Holiness, as most Tibetans do, as a manifestation of compassion. What does this mean? Let us begin with what compassion is. It is the wish to remove the suffering of others, all others. Such a wish is the essence of a spiritual attitude. His Holiness is considered to be the manifestation of that wish, the manifestation of compassion. I recently read a remark His Holiness made in Portland, Oregon, a few years ago. He said, "I dedicate my body, my speech, and my mind to the benefit of others." And he added, "That doesn't mean I neglect my own interests." And then, "I need to keep my health and my strength if I'm to be effective." So even his own interests are for the sake of others. So what are the 4 commitments of His Holiness? What are the 4 commitments that he is dedicating his body, his speech, and his mind for the benefit of all? His Holiness's first commitment is to improve and to promote virtuous human values. The human values that His Holiness is promoting are love, the wish to bring happiness to others, and compassion, the wish to remove their suffering. In today's world, confronted with a wide array of beliefs, religions, philosophies, His Holiness has devoted himself to presenting a fundamental human value in a manner that is independent of religion and that is rooted in a recognition of our shared human values, our shared needs, our shared aspirations. Out of this first commitment has evolved the creation of what His Holiness has called secular ethics. My aim, he explains, has been to appeal for an approach to ethics based on universal rather than religious principles. We might say that His Holiness's introduction of secular ethics is the most poignant, the most important contribution that His Holiness has made to humankind. His Holiness's second commitment is the promotion of religious harmony. Religions have as their aim the improvement of the welfare and the well-being of their followers. And when practiced properly, different faith traditions can be of great benefit to their adherents. As His Holiness recounted recently, Pope John Paul II invited me to the great interreligious gathering he convened in Assisi in 1986. As we understood then, harmony among our different religious traditions is important because each one of them is a living source of love, tolerance, and forgiveness. They may have different philosophical points of view, but they are all devoted to conveying a message of love and compassion. Love and affection promote trust, and trust is the basis of friendship, which we all require. Because we are social animals. We can't buy this love and this trust. It must grow, and it grows from showing each other sincere affection. This was His Holiness's presentation on the gathering that took place in Assisi. And he went on, therefore, all our religious traditions, despite their philosophical differences, which are only different methods for encouraging the growth of love, can contribute to creating a happy humanity, starting with happy individuals, happy families, and happy communities. Here in the 21st century, we face a number of problems that we have created and which we have to solve. And we have to employ warm-heartedness, not force, to make a peaceful world. Sadly, different views and diverging belief systems have led to disagreement and to so much of the disharmony and violence in the world. However, as His Holiness says, conflict and violence in the name of religion is unthinkable. To believe that only one religion is true and that there is only one truth is very short-sighted. In reality, in the wider world, we have several religions and several truths, all of which contribute to a better world. His Holiness's third commitment is to preserve Tibet's culture and environment. As a Tibetan and as the leader of the Tibetan people, His Holiness is committed to preserving Tibet's unique culture, its language, and its natural environment. He does this not merely out of a patriotic devotion to his Tibetan people, but out of a compassionate motivation to benefit all of humankind. Tibet's culture, a culture of peace and compassion, as His Holiness calls it, is of value to us all. My third commitment, he says, relates to my being a Tibetan. 95% of Tibetans in Tibet place their trust and hope in me, so I have to do what I can for them. He goes on, these days, I've resigned my political responsibilities, but I am concerned about the natural Tibetan environment. North India and Central and Southeast Asia depend on Tibetan rivers, with 1 billion people relying on them for their supply of drinking water. Just as our rivers are crucial to others, our culture of peace, compassion, and nonviolence is also worth preserving. Finally, as His Holiness explains his fourth commitment, he says, I am committed to seeking to revive an interest in the knowledge of ancient India, which had a thorough understanding of the workings of the mind and emotions. This, I believe, is very relevant in today's modern world. His Holiness explains, in the 7th century, the Tibetan king Songtsen Gampo commissioned the creation of a written script modeled on the Indian Devanagari script. Then, in the 8th century, King Trisong Detsen invited the great scholar Shantarakshita from Nalanda University to introduce Buddhism in Tibet. The tradition he laid down belongs to the Sanskrit tradition, as upheld in Nalanda Monastic University, which emphasized the use of logic and reasoning. It is this basis that allows Tibetan Buddhism to collaborate in discussion with modern science. And so, as His Holiness said in Dharamsala recently to a gathering of young Indians, young brothers and sisters, think about these 4 commitments of mine, and if they seem useful to you, share them with other young people. In today's world, too many people cherish only materialistic goals. They pursue sensory pleasure, but neglect to acquaint themselves with their underlying mental consciousness. By paying more attention to inner values, you will achieve great peace of mind. Thank you.
Ms. Digi Shugla will now present the memento. Thank you, Rato Kesu Rinpoche. Next, we would like to call on stage Ms. Alexa Gilmore, MPP for Parkdale High Park. I'd also like to make a note that we are going to be playing some stills and videos on the screens, and that's going to be on loop throughout the day.
Well, good afternoon, my dear friends. It is my complete honor to be here this day. Nothing could keep me away, not the other events, not the rain. I want to start, dear members of the Sangha, by thanking you, your presence among us. I want to thank those who organized today, the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre, the Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, and of course the 6 Sopas in the Toronto Tibetan community who've been a part of this, the Regional Tibetan Youth Congress, the Tibetan Women's Association, Dokum Chushi Gangruk Canada, the Yutsang Chokol of Ontario, and the Students for a Free Tibet. It has been quite moving to travel with you through this year, the year of compassion, the year of His 90th, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday celebration. And I am reminded as I stand here in the middle of Sankofa Square that there is no place in this world that the Dalai Lama's light has not touched. He has been an incredible gift, not just to the Tibetan people, but to the world. And I am reflecting today as a member of provincial parliament, as we prepare to celebrate Tibet Day on Wednesday as part of our Ontario Friends of Tibet program, that His Holiness said our prime purpose in this life is to help others. And if you can't help them, don't hurt them. These are divisive times. These are troubling times. These are times of great suffering. These are times when we need that message, the message of compassion, the message of unity, the message of Buddhism, the Buddha, and the message that His Holiness has carried throughout his lifetime as he resisted oppression, as he preserved Tibetan culture. That message is one that we need more than ever. So I'm grateful to see so many carrying that message into the square and back home out of the square. May he live a long and happy life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MPP Alexa Gilmore. You represent Little Tibet at the Legislative Assembly, and we appreciate all your support, and we know you will continue to do so. Thank you for recently talking about the Tibetan medicine. We also have a tent today here having an exhibition of the Tibetan Medical and Astro Institute. Please make sure you visit them, ask them questions, and with the help of Ms. Alexa Gilmore and our MPs down in Ottawa, we hope that soon we will have Tibetan medicine as alternate medicine in Canada so that everybody can benefit from this precious medicine. Thank you. Thank you again. Next, we have a very, very special guest again. Today, we are very, very fortunate to be having esteemed guest among us. May I please introduce Venerable Dr. Bhante Saranapala. Venerable Dr. Bhante Saranapala is widely known as the urban Buddhist monk. And if you search the internet, you will find him everywhere. So we're very honored that you're here among us despite your very busy schedule. After this, immediately, Venerable has to leave to Ottawa for a very big Vesak celebration tomorrow. So to continue the introduction, Venerable Bhante Saranapala is widely known as the urban Buddhist monk. He's the founder and president of Canada, a mindful and kind nation, a national initiative dedicated to promoting mindfulness, compassion, and ethical living in a contemporary society. A respected leader, public speaker, respected teacher, and the author of the book, Are You Kindful? Venerable Bhante is deeply engaged in bringing Buddhist wisdom into modern civic life, education, and interfaith dialogue. His work emphasizes kindness, mental well-being, and social harmony as essential foundations for a very healthy society. Mr. Bhante is also recipient of numerous awards, including the 2025 King Charles III Coronation Award and Medal. We are honored to invite Venerable Dr. Bhante Saranapala to the stage, and please give us your words of wisdom. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tashi Delek, members of the Mahasangha, special guests, Ms. Daki Shukla, and dear friends. It gives me such a great joy to come to this venue to celebrate the 90th birthday of His Holiness Dalai Lama. In fact, compared to yesterday, today is the much better day. Yesterday we had a huge Vesak celebration organized at the Celebration Square, Mississauga. We were expecting more than 30,000 people, but due to rain, only maybe several hundred people showed up. And I was concerned about today, but it's not heavily raining. Maybe this is just a blessing coming to us from His Holiness Dalai Lama all the way from Dharmashala, India. So today, Tibetan people in Toronto and around the world gather with profound joy, gratitude, and reverence to celebrate the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, one of the greatest spiritual leaders and compassionate human beings of our time. This celebration is not merely the marking of a birthday, it is the celebration of life completely dedicated to peace, compassion, wisdom, non-violence, and the well-being of humanity. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has spent his entire life reminding the world that genuine happiness cannot be achieved through hatred, division, or material wealth alone, but through cultivating a compassionate heart and a peaceful mind. For decades, despite suffering and countless challenges, His Holiness has continued to smile with humility, teach with wisdom, and embrace humanity with unconditional love. Like a radiant lamp shining steadily through the darkness, He has illuminated the path of peace and compassion for millions of people around the world, regardless of religion, nationality, race, or political background. The Year of Compassion is therefore a deeply meaningful theme for this historic celebration. In a world increasingly affected by violence, conflict, loneliness, anxiety, and division, the teachings and examples of His Holiness are more relevant than ever before. He continuously reminds us that compassion is not weakness. It is one of the greatest strengths a human being can possess. Compassion has the power to heal wounded hearts, unite divided communities, and transform human society. His Holiness often teaches that if we want peace in the world, we must first cultivate peace within ourselves. A peaceful world cannot be created by angry minds, just as a single drop of water continuously falling upon a rock can slowly shape the stone. Small daily acts of kindness and compassion have the power to gradually transform the world. The Dalai Lama's extraordinary legacy extends far beyond Tibetan Buddhism. He has become a global symbol of peace, interfaith harmony, environmental responsibility, human dignity, and universal compassion. Through his gentle words, humble conduct, and tireless service to humanity, he has inspired people from every corner of the world to become kinder, wiser, and more mindful human beings. For Tibetan communities around the world, His Holiness is not only a spiritual leader, but also a source of hope, courage, resilience, and identity. His unwavering commitment to nonviolence and peaceful dialogue continues to inspire generations to respond to difficulties not with hatred, but with wisdom and compassion. As we celebrate this year of compassion, may we not only honor His Holiness with ceremonies and words, but also by practicing the values He has dedicated His life to teaching. Let us cultivate compassion in our homes, kindness in our communities, mindfulness in our daily lives, and peace in our hearts. The greatest tribute we can offer to His Holiness the Dalai Lama is to become compassionate human beings who genuinely care for one another. May His Holiness the Dalai Lama continue to enjoy good health, long life, peace of mind, and happiness for the benefit of humanity for many more years to come. May the light of compassion continue to shine upon our world. With respect and with deeper respect and gratitude, I wish to bring blessings of the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, not only to His Holiness Dalai Lama, but also to all sentient beings. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Saranapala. We now will ask our President to please present the memento of the event. Thank you again. Now is the time of celebration when we cut the birthday cake of His Holiness for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May I please request all the esteemed guests to please come on the stage and do the honor. The members of the Sangha, the esteemed guests, on the stage, please. Thank you.
네, 달랬어.
산재연대 삼매정 주제연대 삼매정 바베겐대 삼매정라 대제 nomba 삼매정 남다신라
Thank you. Order, so 3.
We're going to prepare for a traditional dance on the stage. In the meantime, I would like to acknowledge Tencho Gyasola and Pudila Karpuche who just joined us. Tencho Gyasola will be speaking and Pudila Karpuche will also be speaking this afternoon. For now, the stage is being prepared for a Nangma Thöshe, which is a traditional Tibetan dance. I would also like to acknowledge Sambel Halungba here. Sambel Halungba is the chair of the Canada-Tibet Committee. Canada-Tibet Committee is the voice of the Tibetans in Canada. Sambela and right now the Sherab Tarjinla is the executive director. Sambela, Kongotude Samdula, Carol Samdubla, they have dedicated the decades and decades of service to the Tibetan voice here in Canada. We thank you very much on behalf of all the Tibetans. Thank you for continuing to work so hard down at Ottawa where it matters. So thank you. I would also like to acknowledge our sponsors. Without your support, this would have been very difficult. So thank you very much, all the sponsors, for your very gracious donations and your blessings. May I now invite on stage the dancers of the Nangma Thöshe, please.
James Meloni
Nangma Thöshe, the name of the song is Ajode. It's performed by the TCC volunteer artist. In 1642, during the enthronement of His Holiness the 5th Dalai Lama, a group of Muslim musicians from Kashmir came to Tibet to pay homage. They brought along with them a new genre of music, which became very popular among the residents of Lhasa. Tibetan musicians at times modified some of the songs into a light classical melody called Nangma Thöshe, which eventually became very popular and part and parcel of the Tibetan traditional dance. Please welcome.
다다 저경바 아니 계산라 촌네 다 남한테시에 타베 예베콜라 야마 디시시견소 안다리 남한테베디 제 아주 대체 안디 굽텔라야 아니 남마 기베님에게 tuk시지고 와들이야 뒤샤 아니 단대찬이 nga주기 제고디다 마조링도 안데네 데 동바데시오레 디퍼루델란다 어덴실라 데 페브다 다나시 부치카 브라 카우체 크라이데 페브다 아니 콘넘바에 다리데 겨름제 두개 담자시 갈 가면난 카페요레 낭마 되시 아주 데 고츠소 Guys, can you guys unmute the speaker? Guys, 계속 피해 주게 please. 로. 야만나 파주 야만 피해 주대 랑가마가. Plus the law is 좀 맞다. Go there, go there. 아주 Can you turn on the instruments, please? Buddy, instruments are not hearing. I told the guy over there next to you.
Chẳng mê xa lời chữ tê la. Ya la ni ya la chư tê la la ya la tô la cha mu tô she ya la tô la shi pa la. Ya la ni ya la chư tê la la ya la tô la cha mu tô she ya la tô la shi pa la. Lasso! Ya la tu la ya so la shi pa to she la so la shi pa. Ya la tu la ya so la shi pa to
Thank you, all the fabulous dancers. Now, I would like to invite our Vice President of Culture, Uh, at this time, we're going to break for lunch, but after lunch, we have lots of distinguished speakers still who will speak afternoon. We have Tenjo Gyazula, who has just landed at the Pearson Airport. She's coming from Minnesota, United States, and coming primarily for this event. So thank you very much for making the effort. We will have Pudila Karbuche. We all know Pudila Karbuche. I will give the detailed biography later, but I really appreciate, despite your very tight schedule, you're here among us. It's very good to see you. We also have Kembo Dr. Kunga Sherabla among us, who will also be giving the speech. Thank you, Kungala. In the meantime, and also along with the other speeches, we have Tibetan traditional ram walk. So we'll see a lot the Tibetan traditional dresses from. Sorry, I'm kind of frozen up here. So we have the ram walk displaying the traditional dresses of all the 3 provinces of Tibet, Uzang, Kham, and Amdo. We will also have Gorshe. So lots coming up after lunch, so make sure you stay. The weather is getting so much better now, and the warm momos and other Tibetan delicacies will definitely warm you up and prep you for the afternoon. In the meantime, while you enjoy your lunch, I would also like to announce that we have a kids activity corner. There's a tent where kids can get engagements. We also have a photo booth where there are some Tibetan traditional dresses that you can try on and get some pictures and make some memories. We also have, as you all know, the 3 tents with delicacies, momos, tea, and whatnot. Also, we have a tent with a compassion pledge wall. So you can all join and then make a compassion pledge and have it again made into a memorable memory. And please, everybody, take something from this event. This is not just a birthday celebration. This is just not a year of compassion celebration. It's all of us. It's our role to be better, follow His Holiness's wishes, and become a better person and make this world a better place. So thank you. Hello. We'll resume the afternoon session in 20 minutes and 1 o'clock. At 1 sharp, we'll start the afternoon program here on the stage. Thank you. Please enjoy your meal and stay warm.
Hello. Ta danda delia kama ni shuringa ya parsen shaso ni stage kala ke dumare ta yeyun la ande chala nyu da anda na shi shela da ande re ni stage kyuk singa tongbare ajina dene ma ta ngazo Tati mangu chiyo da shala nazo yore dana shingi bugu ki zamuzisa yore pige da jamdo mangu shu chiyo re di gala gyorum chi ki tuki tamja shi gala mixi jamdo yore da handa mimang dike den dus dinima jamdo la khari kora kya tuku re la so tuche.
gì từ đàn nâng về càng rỡ xin khám lại jahan so la ni o ji kar kha lai se che ben me len la nam ke la mu shui Shere pe me zam da Ge la shang sin chi wa Bo nam ki la mo yo Ah ha 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 na ki la mo do Ko la cham sin chi wa Ah nam ki la mo yo Harola kamba pa yushi kamda ye ye shankha dai panzu e mahaya chi so yari lo ta ta murti yara rin chi de kha chon Jam so ye 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 je ta tung ka karate e maya chi so ya ri lo she pa le yi ja bo wo mo jo yi la mo nang la
Testle nga ande tani kanju chinden lingda president sobeki ani rishung geying alhage shuye ani anda ngey dine kame shusati Toronto gas chairman nangla yede be Sankofa tangchen ne ani dus tedon pigye jidang tari nimodela yang azude guden somzi shishimbare ani tande chane ngadregi dunzom de tos chuso ani taran shoge da dingegi chimiche gyogo shuweina ani 교회 구바 통리를 묻지 않는 판에 주대 된듯이 안델이야 어저기 취미 피해다 되겠지 안데네 케카딩 다 디감스고 사소하니 겨울음지기 두개 담자 당보다 니바디 갈라야 가면 낭게디 가면 주소 다나신기 아주 자셔바다 다나신기 부족이 백여신 백결루다 캔다 결루 다나시 겨운 구지 템베기 문지 시베기시 다 디게 차상 로지아니 쇼게드 주소와 안데네 안다데 두개 담자 당보 니바디 주소 안단데 차네 단단가서 가만히 쉬는 거라 샬라 퍼센트 아니 메마조데 유데베기 아니 템데 디겔이야 고야나들에 안지기 찬데 샬라 몽구지 구리슈르 샬라 녀에다 다나 신기 교회 두개 담자 시체 아니 베베 멘지강체 멘지강 고르다 다나 시 겨울음제기 아니 내가 제 세상로데 내가 저기 템된 슈르 안디 안다마 나조데마 드레 라소페 오 조슬라르실레 라 소슬라 간데 주도
Pea wujudu antanda de ya mi mangbuchi sam julia ande choga yeme chulu yerme gitone ande jego pe kudi ya guchesha sejanga junangdu andi Toronto mi man sangma ge ne de poba chego ge antuju shire samgudu ande sokba ngaju sokba chedu nyamdola de kudia bushusha de ne tanda shena thamnye chimene re ni shela da chine andel tanda dos mate wena nyungshu la michik ton sure tanda laom
조슬라 구지 시베 값수 차시 차나 시선 주고도 양대 강에 라티도 근데도
먼저 단다 남식 전에 테스틱 진리도 스텝스 이메네 먼저 단다 텐데 차라 추티직 마 진리 텝샤 이메네 먼저 메이크업 시토그 레섬도 나오
그래서 조슬라 아니 안다 저다 개체백이 송시낭에 미카즈시였나 단데래
단다 델리아 겨름체게 두개 담자 시티 콜라다 단다 카메낭에 요레 펜처스나 겨름체게 제바틸레 제남디 콜라 아니 텐초게 아틀라 이거 송셰낭그레 안티네 단다 부틸라 카부체게 송셰직 나요레 아니 켐부kun가 셰럽라네 아니 야 송셰스나요레 tanga tanda tuke tamja shidi kolla kame nael hayor lao
아니 당한 저게 돼 맨날 개체 수수 페어에 니 가면 거리가 나요래
an tharan shoge tanda karsbe shoge James Maloney che MP James Maloney che ani de karsa radio kensur cho che ani tanda karsbe tanda Quran tanda sarana pala Quran che ani tanda onjo sakya kembu pesha tene Vancouver ne tendo rimbuche pesha rimbuche kuna pesha onjo chokbala du gündün gablu gabyor nange kunanzo pesha ani tanda Alexa Gilmore onjo ta onjo Canada gi chuzo tumi James Maloney che ani Ontario chuzo tumi ani Alexa Gilmore peyore onjo khasane chewe na onjo Toronto mayor de tanda peyore Olivia Chow imbaina Koran yan tab level jelne ju shunche ni Koran petu yo mare ta tanda ta mina chega ozmangbo pesha andigala onjo gendumba mangbo che pesha chezanga nye chulu yerme ta choga yeme la ta dire onzo gendumba mangbo chegi de zego per hata ta chatsubu yungala shoge chuzu chubwa ne pesha chezanga changlo tuji che shue yi
la tuji laso ane ande yingu yabu zego de zhuruwa laso tuji anga zbenima guan shugi laso tuji andi President Sobata Ontario Saneki Chozo Diglare Laso Tisha Deyu de bode number song zugi taringi ani yoromje kudungi ani jindane kache de ande purlache denjelache radio kenzuladan namdedo ande ne mangazo demden gogo shton zago gotuersha laso 내가 저기 면제 달라 지사 되게 되래 ande ne 마페다 내 겹에 두개 삼대시다 이제 걸려야 안 템들 시다 되래 네 앞에 이 겹에 부지되기 구반에 지는 고추열에 안 템들 되는 마음도 되래 그다음 어떻게 아니 어떻게 템들 되지 Dele ya da tarim mudro ante yore ne apela
namjesi bardu kute shuro namjesi bardu kute shuro namjesi bardu tukchana
그래서 옆에다
군대 켈레 나빠 진짜 수강해 군대 켈레 나빠 제디는 수강해
그때 잠들로 쓴지 시비기 아니야
켈라 이세 그자 비닝한 저까지 제쇼 군대 괜히 구제제 남지시 파트 군대 쇼로 남지시 파트 구세대로 남지시 파트 두잖아 만세 아파 기만세 밤에 밤아 샤다지기 불미 연기 라마 신난 길에서 만세 조에 속신다 야비기들이 아파 기만세 라메 라마 인신한수 나라로고 아파 예 라마 기구세대 감겨별의 베베쇼 시작하는 소녀쇼 예 라마 괜히 구세대 괜히 감리라면 거기 신가수 펜담대와 멀리 중매니
이 차상로다 표세 경냐리차 안데 세지다 다 몽고 시구리 쉬샤 검제 나서 경라서 샤라 다데네 다린데 게베 고디 손시 시베 갑슬이야 탑된 낭에 조다 데레 슈크체 다데 탑된 낭에 미니여와 데제 지디가 조 아니 간주신의 랭게 간전 표기에 리액션 랍데기 아니 리액션 데젠게 룹도 소레 안데 콘서트게 리우니 시트리셔레 안다나 싱가조 다린데 고디는 당라 탑된 바기시죠 아니야 집회다 내가 저 태동기 팀들의 다른데 구든 순수 시베티 차상로니 타게 규제 태동 아주 유튜브 아니 다나 시 페이스북 차상나리에 태동 당겨 라서 다니 앞에다데 디 차상로 당아서 랍데 부장자래 오케이 다니 디 갭데 여대바디 당아서 당라 잡된 바견자래 아니 다른 당라 잡된 반나로 라간 생이 겐싱이 개바산 라게 세븐조 라게 춘이 라 나무섬레 안다나 싱아서 데려야 되가 술부 먹지게니 겹겨려야 폐 안데 신베 대 여대와 차상로 다른 당라 경자래 라서 링게 샤라녀 놓고 라서 내가 저 비제 된 연구기 제고디 고주에래샤 라소 다시래 다리 안저데 구등기 아니 구지 소중 나로래 아니 강 겐싱이 지디 소신 쓰든라레 gelanyamdole janti lenge janti thangla ni simji thangla nangro che gela gela thari anda gudun zego de khande rudo gela
다 고든 제고디 남시 당부 통마디 디스 차와게스
Hello
모두 심바
everyone,
빼야고
welcome
용도
back.
안 고든기
Hope you're
제고
enjoying
코라
your meal and we will start the afternoon session now.
빼야고 총송 쇼엔 토체
May I
gela
request
thara shoge namshi membe shimbe gogen kha dongle chego chonse
Tana mise dinde kama jo dang ju shoge gi yongje shoge gi
students to
janda
present to us
dengja
traditional
digere
youth
ani ya
dance,
khur digere
Jamye
tsama
Shabdo.
kaza nyama ngaju niman ni zngone tangbu khala ore dry run lagwa engine
The
ala odi
Damye
chi chene
Shabdo,
digi
traditional youth dance
chadi gu
performed by
chene
the
phangrim
students of
ji phege chashi
TCCC.
shobana shi
This
kapdu
is
kapdu
a
chene
traditional
chuju
dance that
tangbu shene chuju
celebrates
ni
the
zna
rich
chama
artistic
chadi chusong shwe
heritage of Tibet
laso gela
through
anda nyungu
graceful
jabanda di paru
movement and
dine
music.
ta anda
Please
zego ji
enjoy
gozu
while
do
you
di ma khatsu
have
sture
your lunch. Please enjoy the
di
dance.
shude da ngzu ya desin ta sums la goshi gaire ta desin ta ni di tanda gyawum chege tuge tamja shi de ni shi so an di para de ngzu tabdun che an di je de tabdun na mixe gi da phegi ani doga na ne ani tanda chik shung dinde tanda ta jingombe shung re ani di na la tanda dowa samong gi ya gi wal odi chik che ani ya tabdun ri che ani di shude ya ngzu phegi chego gi ani demdun chi dus ngzu tadi chi yeshwe
laso gela ni jugdom de ya gorshe yores la chi gu do yor be gela
그래 당아도 죽돔데 당아도 사만냠부부터는 코르시 제 남주다 토론토 코르시 깨다 전부 당아도 코르시 다디 제래 다디 주저 시바 예스 시바스 난 투버스 버도 주저 찍다 제가 막나 주저 니저 정도 차지 제 미창마데 안타나 페메바이나 야데 페로 지슈엔 주저 숨바스 페로 나슈엔
laso gela an taran shoge de james melon ni cho da dane shi ra de kem bo da ni and the thing me gi ke gelonji dus pesa nyungu jabla ya kamyon nang mang le gela
레다 쇼게데 탄다 아주 커뮤니티 아니 코나주 군든 쪼다 군든 시바주 숨체 다나 닝우 잠네 아니 타나 아주 ICT 기 아니 긴지 아우텐셜 라체 아니 줄라 푸르라 카르부체체 아니 켐보 콩가시라블라체 아니 탄다 UFT 기 탄다 아니 닥터 암버 모르시제 코란조 아니 겨름체기 탄다 콩기 제제 믹세 제남다 아니 두개 담자시 고르숭에레
so gela tuche an be jang nyungu zerim de gozu reng yo bata ani an jala gela kami shi cho che
로로소 투체나
laso an di social sedun la re social sedun la ga zo gozu chung gi gen zo sing ji re ani gela la ge tuche shu an da na zo de ningyeb gi zego de gozu reng do ani lenge zo ya ma zo de don di jala ya phi cho an de ni ya tanda ngazu기 다른기 제고될이야 이게 여대베 TV 체 찍체 당나신데 TV 체 찍체 안데네 베게 TV 체 찍 되게 차상 나로라야 아니 겨울음치기 지다 겨울음치라기 코테이션 된데 체 당나신기 아니 아주 무비 클립 주지된데 아니 도시에 된데요레 아니 이디 Sankofa Square lagre Sankofa thang chamone kanchunde lengi rishun genzil hage ne dosya ngeki hada sane gi ne dang ngeki ani simo ala ya shuye anjala ya lardo yam phicho laso thushe
다시
Next, it is my great honor to call on stage Ms. Tenzin Gyatso, who will be speaking on the life of legacy of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tenzin Gyatso is a Tibetan activist, a community leader, and the president of the International Campaign for Tibet, ICT. Established in 1988, ICT is a global advocacy organization dedicated to promoting human rights and democratic freedoms for the Tibetan people and finding a peaceful resolution to the Tibetan-China conflict. ICT has offices in Washington, D.C., Berlin, Amsterdam, and Brussels, and a partnership with Canada Tibet Committee and Australia Tibet Council. Born in exile in Dharamsala, India, Tincho Gyatso was educated at the Tibetan Children's Village School. She has spent over 2 decades serving the Tibetan exile community in various capacities, including 2 terms in the Tibetan Parliament in exile from 1991 to 1997. Since joining ICT in 2008, she has played an important role in international advocacy, public education, youth leadership programs, and strengthening support for the Tibetan cause and people worldwide. She is also the niece of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama.
Thank you, Jola, for that introduction. Hello, everyone. Tashi Telek. It's such a joy to see so many of you here and see Tibetan prayer flags and His Holiness's message beaming from all over here. Thank you all for being here to celebrate 90 years of His Holiness and a year of compassion. And thank you to the Tibetan Association of Canada here for organizing all of this. I come here bringing to you all from the International Campaign for Tibet our greetings from all our members around the world, our team, and of course, our chairman, Mr. Richard Gere, who could not be here with you today, but joins you in spirit. It was almost 2 years ago in November of 2023, during an audience with His Holiness, with our chairman, Richard, and along with our ICT leadership, Richard informed His Holiness that we're thinking of a global celebration, a year of compassion for His Holiness's 90th birthday. His Holiness looked at us and he said, "Thank you, but birthdays are actually not important." He said, "But if all my friends around the world were to do something to benefit others, to spread compassion, that would be wonderful." So in that spirit, I am so honored to be here with you today and to join in this celebration and to know that under the leadership of the Central Tibetan Administration, this whole past year, we have been able to organize and collaborate on so many meaningful programs and celebrations for the Year of Compassion, following that simple direction from His Holiness. Today, I've been asked to speak about the life and legacy of one of the world's most respected spiritual leaders, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. His Holiness, the great 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet, was born on July 6, 1935, in a small farming village in Tibet. His birth name was Thamutunduk. At the age of 2, he was recognized as the reincarnation of the 13th Dalai Lama in accordance with Tibetan Buddhist traditions. He was brought to Tibet's capital, Lhasa, where he began years of religious education and preparation to assume both spiritual and political leadership of Tibet. But his life, and indeed that of all Tibetans, would soon face great many challenges. In 1949, Communist China began the invasion and subsequent occupation of Tibet, and Tibet fell under Chinese control. In that period of great difficulty and uncertainty, the 15-year-old Dalai Lama was called upon to assume his role as both political and spiritual leader of his people. After 10 long years of rising tension and conflict, navigating a new political reality under China's control, he was finally forced to escape his homeland for fear of his life and make the arduous and daring escape to India in 1959. Since then, he has continued to live in exile for over 60 years. What makes the Dalai Lama extraordinary is not only what he endured, but how he responded. Instead of choosing hatred and violence in the face of grave danger and threat, he chose compassion, forgiveness, and peace. One simple quote, famous quote of His Holiness is, "Be kind whenever possible. It is always possible." That simple message has inspired millions of people around the world, including political leaders, scientists, students, ordinary citizens around the world. When it comes to Tibet, the Dalai Lama has consistently encouraged dialogue and nonviolence. He advocates for a middle way policy. He says that Tibetans and Chinese have always to live side by side. They have been neighbors for centuries and always will be. So, a mutually beneficial, peaceful resolution is the only and best path forward. This radical idea and proposal has resonated also for many friends and supporters of the Dalai Lama. In 1989, the Dalai Lama was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his peaceful struggle for Tibetan freedom, for justice, and human rights. In his acceptance speech, he described himself as a simple monk and spoke about the importance of compassion and nonviolence. His influence has touched many leaders and communities across the world. Former South African President Nelson Mandela praised the Dalai Lama's commitment to peace and reconciliation, values that Mandela himself practiced after the end of apartheid. Likewise, former US President Barack Obama described the Dalai Lama as a powerful example of what it means to practice compassion. These words show how deeply respected he is by leaders across different cultures and nations. Even here in Canada, his message of multiculturalism, tolerance, and human dignity connects strongly with your own national values. Canada is home to the First Nation people, people from different backgrounds, religions, and traditions. It has a rich cultural diversity, and the Dalai Lama's teachings remind us that diversity should not divide us, it should strengthen us. His Holiness says, peace does not mean an absence of conflict. Differences will always be there. Peace means solving these differences through peaceful means, through dialogue, education, knowledge. This idea is especially important today. We live in a world facing war, political division, climate challenges, rising mental health struggles. The Dalai Lama teaches that peace begins with how we treat one another in our everyday lives, with empathy, with patience, with respect. The Dalai Lama's legacy is also cultural. Through schools, monasteries, Tibetan communities in exile, he has helped preserve Tibetan language, religion, and traditions for future generations. He transformed a struggle for survival into a global movement for compassion and human rights. And above all that, perhaps the greatest lesson we can learn from the Dalai Lama is that true strength is not shown through power or anger, but through kindness, compassion, and resilience. Despite decades of exile and hardship, knowing the sorrows and pain that his fellow 7 million Tibetans are going through, he still never gave up hope. As global citizens, we can all learn from his example, whether we are dealing with conflict in our own communities, challenges in our own schools, or differences in society. The Dalai Lama reminds us that understanding and compassion are always stronger than hatred. He has transformed a struggle of survival into a global movement for compassion. His Holiness says, love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Today, His Holiness the Dalai Lama continues to live in exile in the small hill town of Dharamsala in northern India. He has been separated from his beloved people and his homeland. He has not been able to travel back to his homeland in over 60 years. Every day he meets 300 to 400 devotees in his simple residence, greeting each person and connecting with each one to inspire and comfort them. The life and legacy of the Dalai Lama will continue to inspire people across the world for generations to come. And as we are all gathered here, I want to say, isn't it amazing and truly wonderful that we are all able to live in this same time and space as someone whose message of peace and compassion and humanity has touched so many millions of lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Audangela. May I request President to please present the memento of the event?
De kamenangi de Audangela re Audangela ki kewe ani gudenda tewe ki kewe zetinche dana shingi tuki tamje
As announced by Dönla before, Tenjo Gyatsola, many of you know, but those who do not know, Tenjo Gyatsola is the niece of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. She is the daughter of Ama Gyaltsuen Pema. What an honor it is for us to have Tenjo Gyatsola, the very niece of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to tell us about life and legacy of His Holiness. Like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Tenjo Gyatsola has also dedicated her entire life in the cause of Tibet and continue to do so in the capacity of the President of ICT. Thank you, Tenjo Gyatsola. Thank you very much. Yes, please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Tenjo Gyatsola also mentioned how His Holiness for the last 60 years have been away from home like all of us Tibetans. And I'm sure one day the time for Tibet will come. His Holiness will return to Tibet and we will have celebration with His Holiness's presence in Free Tibet. Thank you. Next, we have another extraordinary woman coming up on the stage. May I please have the honor of inviting Pujila Karbuche on stage. Pujila Karbuche, we all know, but again, if there are some who do not know, let me please introduce Pujila Karbuche. Pujila Karbuche is an award-winning public servant, community leader, and a trailblazer in the Canadian political history. In 2018, she made history as the first person of Tibetan heritage elected to public office in North America. She served 2 terms as the member of Provincial Parliament, Parkdale High Park, and also held the role of Deputy Speaker of the Ontario Legislature and made every Tibetan in Canada and the world very proud. Widely recognized for her advocacy, Pujila Karbuche has received numerous honors, including the MPP of the Year for Health Policy, Canada's Top 25 Immigrant Award, and Parliamentary Champion for Mental Health Award. Pujila Karbuche continues her public service through leadership roles, including an appointment by the City of Toronto of the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place, and she also serves as a board of director of the Ontario Association of Former Parliamentarians. Please join me in welcoming Pujila Karbuche. Pujila Karbuche will today be speaking on the first commitment and the third commitment of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Thank you.
Thank you
very much, Kasadorla. I am so pleased to be here as part of the celebrations today marking the 90th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama of Tibet. As Tibetan Canadians, we are so proud to mark this milestone celebration with a milestone event in the heart of downtown Toronto's Sankofa Square. I want to begin by commending the organizers under the leadership of President Diki Shukla, all of the board members, and also the volunteers. Thank you for making this event possible. As you can expect, pulling an event of this scale not only takes hours of dedication, incredible attention to detail, but also a deep commitment to serving the Tibetan community and His Holiness with love and dedication. So today, we're marking and celebrating the 90th year of His Holiness's life. His Holiness has often reflected on what the responsibilities he carries in this world. And from that reflection, he has spoken about what he calls the 3 principal commitments. Commitments that have not only guided his teachings, but his way of life. His Holiness has 3 key commitments. The first, as a human being, His Holiness is concerned with encouraging people to be happy and bringing peace. Secondly, as a Buddhist monk, we know His Holiness often refers to himself as a simple Buddhist monk. He is committed to encouraging harmony among the world's religious traditions. And third, as a Tibetan and as the Dalai Lama, he carries the hope and trust of the Tibetan people. So I will speak today on the first and third principal commitments of His Holiness. For his first commitment, His Holiness thinks of what his purpose is as a human being, not as a leader of the Tibetan people, not as the world-renowned and respected Buddhist leader, not as a recipient of the numerous prestigious awards, but simply as a human being. And as a human being, His Holiness is concerned with encouraging people to be happy, encouraging us to understand that if our minds are upset, mere physical comfort will not bring us peace. But if our minds are at peace, even physical pain will not disturb the calm. He advocates for the cultivation of warm-heartedness and human values such as compassion, forgiveness, tolerance, and self-discipline. He says that as human beings, we are all the same. We want happiness and we don't want suffering. Even people with no religious beliefs can benefit if they incorporate these human values into their lives. His Holiness refers to these human values as secular ethics or universal values. He is committed to talking about the importance of such values and sharing them with everyone he meets. The evidence that His Holiness has truly lived his commitment can be seen throughout the actions of his life. Despite losing his homeland and living in exile for more than 6 decades, he has consistently responded not with hatred or revenge, but with forgiveness, with compassion and nonviolence. He has traveled tirelessly across the world, meeting people of every background, region, religion, nationality, and always speaking about kindness, peace, and our shared humanity. Whether speaking to political leaders, scientists, students, everyday families, his message has remained remarkably consistent. That inner peace and compassion are essential for a better world. The world has recognized this extraordinary commitment to peace and human values. And in 1989, His Holiness was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his consistent advocacy of nonviolence and peaceful solutions based on tolerance and mutual respect. He was also awarded the United States Congressional Gold Medal, one of the highest American civilian honors, in recognition of his lifelong efforts to promote peace and compassion and human rights. And right here in Canada, we are proud that His Holiness was made an honorary Canadian citizen, a rare distinction reflecting the deep admiration Canadians have for his moral leadership and unwavering commitment to humanity. Even in the face of suffering and injustice, His Holiness has always shown us that humanity's greatest strength is not anger, but compassion. His third commitment. His Holiness is a Tibetan, and as the Dalai Lama, is the focus of the Tibetan people's hope and trust. Therefore, he is committed to preserving Tibetan language and culture, the heritage Tibetans received from the masters of India's Nalanda University, while also speaking for the protection of Tibet's natural environment. He has repeatedly reminded Tibetans, especially younger generations born in exile, that preserving our language, culture, and spiritual traditions is essential to preserving our identity as Tibetan people. Under his guidance, Tibetan schools, monasteries, cultural institutions, and centers for Tibetan learning have flourished in exile across the world. Through his leadership, Tibetan Buddhism and the rich philosophical traditions of Tibet have reached millions of people globally while remaining deeply rooted in the values of compassion and wisdom. The evidence of His Holiness's commitment to Tibet can be seen in the survival and the resilience of the Tibetan people themselves. After Tibetans were forced into exile, many feared that Tibetan culture, religion, and language might disappear. But because of His Holiness's vision and leadership, Tibetan culture continues to thrive today in exile communities around the world. He worked tirelessly to establish schools for Tibetan children, monasteries for monks and nuns, and institutions to preserve Tibetan medicine, arts, and philosophy. At the same time, he has consistently advocated for a peaceful resolution of the Tibetan issue through dialogue and nonviolence. His Holiness carries the hopes of Tibetan people with dignity, humility, and unwavering courage for more than 70 years. His Holiness's spiritual leadership has also been recognized in the Buddhist world. The General Assembly of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace recognized His Holiness as the universal supreme leader of the Buddhist world, a reflection not only of his scholarship and spiritual authority, but also of the profound respect he commands across Buddhist traditions and among people of many faiths. So today, as we celebrate the 90th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, we do more than honor the life of an extraordinary leader. We celebrate a life that has been dedicated to compassion, peace, truth, and service to humanity. His Holiness has inspired millions of people across the world, not only Tibetans and Buddhists, but all people who believe in the power of kindness and the dignity of every human being. I want to end by sharing that the best birthday gift that we can give His Holiness is to put into action His principal commitments ourselves. We wish His Holiness continued good health and a very long life. Tashi Delek, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fudila Karbuche, for highlighting the first and the third commitments of His Holiness. We will now present the memento. Big applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Amber Moore, who's here, who will be speaking this afternoon. Guess who is in the house? The Mayor of City of Toronto, Olivia Chow. Give her a big applause. May I please invite you on the stage? Thank you.
Just lay yango. Tanda de ngonzo mayor cousin dendi shudu zambala an kura tuzu shimbachila tanda mage Nathan Phillips Square la zego shenwe petugu yo mare yimba ine ngonzo zego del kura pagi dende event chiksha che dela kyuksringa pesha ta dela gyarum chege kuyu kudun de sungzi che dela ne kushab gi tone pewre number so charge tavrona to she. Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Miss Olivia Chow, for making the time to be here despite your hectic schedule. On behalf of all the Tibetans gathered here and Tibetans all around the world, I want to thank you, and we are so honored to have you here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So wonderful to see all of you here at Sankofa Square. The word yes, look at it. Look at this place. Wow, you transformed it. I can feel that spirit of compassion, of love, of empathy, of the understanding the importance of peace. And that at the end of the day, love always conquers hate. And that when there is bloodshed, everyone suffers. That central core message about what makes us human. What makes us human is our language, our culture, our heritage, our creativity, our imagination. An imagination that we can create a better world together. And that is what makes this so important, that for us to see and feel that a better world is possible. And to live every single moment as it is now. That living in this moment and to be able to have all of that moment encapsulated through compassion is so much needed in the world today. The teaching of the Dalai Lama, His Holiness, call us to live our life not just to believe in compassion and peace and human dignity, but actually live it through faith, through action. Because with faith, no action is empty. And every moment of our lives, let us dedicate it to know that every act that we do is based on the core principle of compassionate and peace and understanding. Imagine a world, imagine a city where that is true in every moment. And the central teaching of the here and now, that at the end of the day, all is empty, but the here and now is so important. And that we are all interconnected in every way through our kindness to each other. I, as your mayor of Toronto, as your mayor, I try to live my life that way, centered and thank you so much, because I get inspired by these core principles and core teaching. And then when sometimes I get tired, I imagine what's possible, right? And imagine the happiness and the joy that we can give to each other. The joy of a young child if he's hungry or she's hungry. But we are feeding every one of them in every school, all 330,000 children under 18 in school with a mid-morning meal, because it matters, because it is centered through compassion, through the teaching of Dalai Lama. And there are many other things we can do, and this is not a time for me to do a political speech, but it is about celebrating, promoting basic human values, promoting religious harmony. My gosh, do we ever need that now? Religious harmony, coming together, right? And preserving Tibetan cultural heritage and environment, reviving India's Asian wisdom traditions, all of the four principal commitments of His Holiness. Let us remember it. Let us remake this commitment and do it with joy and with lots of love. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words. And have a fabulous day, and there's no rain coming down. Yay! Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow, for making time. The minute the mayor entered the Sankofa Square, the rain stopped. How amazing is that? On behalf of the Canadian Tibetans and Tibetans all across the globe, the President, the Vice President of TCCC and CDAO will present the memento to the Mayor of Toronto, Ms. Olivia Chow. A very, very special thank you to our mayor for leaving an event in the middle of it at Nathan Phillips Square and coming here right on time. Thank you. I want to, at this point, give a big shout out to such a huge turnout of people, the community members and the guests and the public. Thank you very much for showing up for Tibet. Thank you very much for showing up for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We really, really appreciate each and every one of you gathered today at this square. Thank you. Any huge event is not possible without generous sponsors and volunteers. So this is the time I give a big shout out to hundreds of volunteers here who are working in the tents, who are all in the square serving you. Thank you, all the volunteers, and thank you to our generous supporters. May I now read the names of the gold sponsors of this event to please come on the stage, and the President and Vice President of TCCC will present the memento of the event to you. May I please call on Mr. Pauline Baoling Yu and Edward Jen Chu Wang. With deep gratitude and humility, we sincerely thank you for your long-standing generosity and support of TCCC and CTAO, even from its earliest days before it became a fully established community center. Today is not the first time. Even before the CTC was a big functioning place, they have sponsored, they have generously donated their time, energy, and money to the betterment of the Tibetan cause. Thank you very much for your lifelong support. Next, may I please call on stage Oi Chin Sao and Ai Thong Yap. With sincere gratitude, we would like to thank Mrs. Oi Chin So and Mr. Ai Thong Yap for your generous and consistent support of our senior community. Your kindness and care have made a tangible and heartfelt difference in the lives of our seniors. This focus on well-being and dignity of our elder community members has been deeply appreciated and remembered. We are truly, truly grateful for your compassion, generosity, and your thoughtful way to support TCCC. Thank you. We can have a He was here this morning.
I'll recognize him some next time.
Next on stage, we would like to invite the students and volunteers of Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center to do the sorry, my bad. Let me now introduce the Sharcham, which is Deer Opera Dance, and this is performed by TCCC volunteer artists. In the tantric deity's sublime realm, all beings are transformed from their ordinary state to carry out enlightened activity for the benefit of others. The deer represents a male protector deity whose movements call forth the disruptive forces to spiritual development. This dance consists of 4 sections: inviting the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, making offerings to them, displaying fierce movements to overcome the obstacles, and requesting the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to return to their own abodes. The deer dance was very popular in Tibet because the deer-headed deity was heralded as a great protector. Thank you.
다른 데 저원님의 저대 데들에 샤잠지 아니 아저대 간친 디 구대 당라 탑점하기 아니 샤잠지 잡고 오래 디 샤잠기 세무디 단단데 표 고조르샤 지단 쇼게 남시 교우로 시도했을 단단 남시 빼면서 야고도 아니 단대찬이 단남라 니마 차보에 매우체 차바에 매우체 남당 아니 빼면서 야고도 내다 한 산점 고조소 디 샨잠디 탄다 아니 구든 당라와 탑되면 쿠란스 또 장체 아니 다리데 시물라 피우레 아니 다돌레 디제텔야 아니 약제 ngomba ani ngari shabshe ngorshe lasobeke ani andule manguchi kuti shusha anlenge so simula perona dana shi yin le yobso de shendep gyonde yobane shendep ki gudön shendep gajoje yore ani handa gudön ki zagote mutin de droshi marisha laso 단다게 디스 시디요 단다 고등기 닝geb기 제고 단들레 조지 되샤 달리야
we'd like to
단들레 약제 ngomba 아니 ngari 샵시엘라 소바 먹고스도 알레 데게 예리 요번나 안데 고등 제고 친다 나시고 라소
We'd like to invite Kempo Dr. Kunga Sherabla to speak on the second commitment, promotion of religious harmony. Please join me in warmly welcoming Kempo Dr. Kunga Sherabla, President of the Sakya Chokurling Center, Toronto. Born in Lhoka, Tibet, Kempo Sherabla is a distinguished monastic scholar, teacher, and author. He received his Kempo degree from Dzongkar Institute in the presence of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and later earned his PhD from the University of Toronto. Kempola has taught Buddhist philosophy and meditation internationally across monastic institutions, universities, interfaith organizations, and dharma centers in North America and Asia. He currently serves as the president of Sakya Chokurling and has also been serving as a Buddhist chaplain in major prisons across southwestern Ontario since 2017. Please give a warm round of applause to Kempo Kunga Sherabla.
Good afternoon, honored guests and respected friends. Today, I feel deeply honored and privileged to speak about one of the four principal commitments of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. His second commitment, promoting religion harmony. This commitment is important not only for the Buddhists, but for all humanity. It offers guidance for creating a more peaceful, compassionate, and meaningful world. His Holiness teaches that although religion may have a different philosophy and tradition, but they all share the same goal, helping human beings develop love, compassion, forgiveness, patience, and inner peace. Whether we are Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Jewish, Sikh, or followed by another faith, we all seek happiness and wish to avoid from suffering. Today, our world is more connected than ever through technology and communication. Yet, at the same time, we still see misunderstanding and conflict between country, community, and even family. In such a time, the message of His Holiness is more important than ever. He reminds us that religion harmony does not mean all religions must become the same. Rather, it means respecting one another while recognizing our shared humanity. His Holiness Dalai Lama teaches that harmony doesn't mean. His Holiness Dalai Lama teaches that when religion fight, criticize one another, or creating division, they bring suffering, fear, anger, and conflict into our society. But when religion respect and learn from one another, they can create peace, trust, friendship, and understanding among people and nation. Religion harmony is important because it helps the 8.1 billion people of our world live together peacefully. His Holiness has spent his entire life putting this message into action. For many decades, he has participated in important interfaith conference and dialogue with religious leaders from around the world. Through this meeting, great friendship and mutual respect continue to grow another different religion community. This dialogue reduces misunderstanding and fear while encouraging peace instead of conflict. Rather than teaching only in Buddhism, he only speaks about universal human value such as kindness, compassion, forgiveness, patience, and nonviolence. He often says that warm-heartedness is the true foundation of peace in the world. Without good heart, material wealth and technology alone cannot bring lasting happiness. Even within Tibetan Buddhism, there are some differences in philosophy and practice. However, His Holiness has always encouraged unity and harmony among the different traditions. Through his guidance, harmony among the Tibetan Buddhist tradition remains strong today. Through his own example, he shows us that differences does not to create division. Instead, our differences can become a source of wisdom and strength. His Holiness pointed out that sometimes we judge a religion based on action of a few of its followers. But when we take the time to truly understand that religion, we see that the problem is not the religion itself, but rather the individual's desire, ignorance, and ego that created the problem. Because of this, Dalai Lama always encouraged people to learn not only about their own religion, but also about other traditions with an open mind. He believed that understanding one another have reduced fear and built trust and harmony among all people. His Holiness Dalai Lama always often compare religion to different medicine for different illness. Just as one medicine may help one person, while another medicine may help someone else. Different spiritual traditions guide people according to their culture, character, and need. Therefore, instead of arguing about which religion is the best, we should appreciate how each tradition helps people live more compassionate and meaningful life. Finally, His Holiness teaches that true religion is not found only in temple, church, mosque, or scripture. The true religion is also found in the way we treat one another every day, through kindness, compassion, patience, and respect. If we follow the teaching and example of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, we can build our future based on mutual respect, compassion, wisdom, and peace for all people on this planet. May all beings be happy and free from suffering, and may His Holiness the 40th Dalai Lama enjoy a long and healthy life for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you so much, Tojichi.
We will now be presenting a memento to Kempula. Can we also call upon the stage Mr. Sampil Halungpa, Chair of the Canada-Tibet Committee, to receive the memento?
No. It's just a memento for all the. Yeah. And it's amazing thing you organized. Yes. Thank you. Wow. So it's something like just a photo. Photo of. Yeah. 저기 어디서? No. project. Wow. 그러니까 sweat. 어제 그들이 just encourage them like.
Come on.
맨날 가면 I know how much you
Mr. Edwards was here this morning. Are you here, Mr. Edward?
No. Mr. Todd McTavish was here.
Okay.
저 표현이 무슨 양이 표현이 있습니다.
I'll take it from you.
Next, we would like to thank and present the memento to Mr. Edward Swedek and National Bank. With sincere gratitude, we would like to thank Mr. Edward Swedek and National Bank for your generous support and kindness towards our community. Your contribution to Godun celebration at Sankofa Square, along with your openness and willingness to support the community, reflects a spirit of partnership that we deeply value. Thank you. Ms. Digi Shukla will present the memento later because he's no longer here. Yeah. Now it's time to acknowledge the silver sponsors. We would like to call Sonam Chandela on the stage from Infinite Care Inc., Private Care Service Agency. Thank you, Sonamla, for your sponsorship, and please come and receive the memento.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
May I now invite Mr. Matthew Todman, CPA, CA, CFA. Ms. Digi Shukla will receive it for him. Next? Okay. Now on stage, we would like to invite Mr. Tenzi Tilela and Tashil Hajun Kangarla. Please come on the stage and receive the memento. Mr. Tenzi Tilela and Tashil Hajun Kangarla. You have the khada. May I now invite the students of TCC Tibetan Language and Cultural School to present to us the traditional step dance. This vibrant folk dance reflects the cultural traditions and spirited rhythms of the Ngari region of Tibet. I don't think. But the time is 2:11. This was supposed to be 2:30. Oh. We're ahead of schedule. Maybe they need it. Thank you very much, the performers. These children who have performed for us puts in a lot of effort. They're all Tibetans born in Canada. They use their every Sunday going to the Tibetan Cultural School, learning the traditions and culture. It's not an easy task. Not on the front of the students and also the teachers. We have a lot of teachers who have dedicated their decades of service serving the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center's Sunday school. Every Sunday, they come with dedication, teach the Tibetan children who are born here our deep culture and tradition with so much patience and so much hard work. I would like you all to please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. As we have seen that today's event is focused on the life and legacy of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, our main focus is also the 4 commitments of His Holiness. And so far you have listened to Kinsula and all the dignitaries who have spoken on the different commitments. And now is the time that I invite Dr. Amber Moore on stage to give us a little talk on the 4th commitment of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Dr. Amber Moore is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Toronto, where she lectures on Buddhist philosophy, religion, and cultural and classical Tibetan language. Amazing thing about Dr. Moore is she has lived in Tibet. How amazing is that? So many of us Tibetans have not been to Tibet. We are not able to go to Tibet. I don't want to get very political here, but as a Tibetan, for us, someone like Dr. Moore is very lucky to see our land. It's amazing that you have been to Tibet. You have lived in Tibet for several years, where Dr. Moore studied and worked under the guidance of His Eminence Garchen Rinpoche. And we all know Garchen Rinpoche has been subjected to persecution during the Cultural Revolution in Tibet. And when Dr. Moore spent her time under the guidance of Garchen Rinpoche, she gained a rare depth in the lived Buddhist practice and scholarship. She's also known by her Tibetan name, Kunchok Sangmo. Dr. Moore also bridges the rigorous academic research with authentic spiritual training. She has an upcoming book to be published in both English and Tibetan, titled The Legend of Money Stone Mountain. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome Dr. Moore on the stage.
Tashi Delay, and it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you today in the spirit of genuine friendship and compassion. As a longtime supporter of the Tibetan cause and His Holiness the Dalai Lama, it's an honor to be here to celebrate the year of compassion, the legacy of compassion, and speak on the 4th commitment, the preservation of India's ancient wisdom. Since India is home to many wisdom traditions, in honor of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Gyalwa Rinpoche's 90th birthday, I will speak on the preservation of the ancient wisdom of Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism, Tekpa Champo and Dorje Tekpa, and how it was and is passed on in India, Nepal, Tibet, and right here in Canada. Buddhist traditions are global traditions, and mindfulness strategies are even integrated into school and business. But the earliest Buddhist institutions of learning emerged across ancient areas of Gandhara in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and ancient regions of Tibet and India. Nalanda University was one such ancient Buddhist university where the knowledge of Buddhist philosophy and Sanskrit was taught and passed on in long-distance communication with Tibet, where Samye was the first great center of Buddhist learning. Centuries after the establishment of Buddhism in Tibet, Nalanda was laid to ruins. But we can still see the site near Bodh Gaya if we go to the place of the Buddha's enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Likewise, ancient centers of Gandharan Buddhism are no more and only exist as relics. But such forms of Dharma discourse, debate, logic, philosophy, art, meditation, and yoga continued to thrive in the Himalayas, Nepal, and Tibet, where Sanskrit traditions of Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism survived. In the case of Tibet, where the four great schools of Tibetan Buddhism flourished, ancient texts were meticulously translated, preserved, and practiced in Tibetan language. As we know, Tibetans inside and outside of Tibet have, despite every hardship, and sometimes at the cost of their lives, preserved the teachings contained in Buddhist manuscripts in India, at Tibetan monasteries in exile, in diaspora, and across the Himalayas, in Tibetan-speaking regions, not to mention homes and hearts across the world and in Canada. However we look at it, the story of the Tibetan preservation of ancient Indic Sanskritic Buddhist traditions and its knowledge is a story of courage, of perseverance, and success that resulted in an incredible wealth of preserved manuscripts, translations, new Tibetan commentaries, and teachings on meditation, wisdom, compassion, and yoga that persist until this day. Never give up. Never give up. For as long as I have known of him, this has been the message of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who in his teachings emphasizes the perfection of unending perseverance and joyful effort for the benefit of self and other. Taking joy in small moments of reflection, compassion, and insight in our busy days is the quality of resilience and perseverance, Tsundru in Tibetan or Vidya in Sanskrit. And this quality is something we can each bring into our own lives and processes of learning, just like the ancient masters. Yes, Buddhist universities of the past were formidable, but there is no need to relinquish what is ancient to the past or to travel far if you desire to learn Buddhism, philosophy, Indology, or the classics of Himalayan, Sanskrit, and Tibetan languages. There are a multitude of opportunities and resources for ancient Buddhist knowledge and manuscripts right here in the GTA, thanks to the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre and at the University of Toronto. Robarts Library houses thousands of traditional Buddhist manuscripts in Sanskrit, Pali, Tibetan, and Newar language. And the East Asian Library is the home to Losang Lalumpa's vast manuscript collection, and more. Buddhist topics are taught with rigor and researched across Canada at McGill, McMaster, Wilfrid Laurier, University of Alberta, University of British Columbia, and Dalhousie, to name a few. But wisdom should be practical and accessible, and it comes down to embodying principles of ancient Buddhist learning in our own lives. Maybe reading and reciting texts such as the 37 Bodhisattva practices, and reflecting and generating our own questions and opinions. Looking up to mentors like the Dalai Lama and following ancient masters like Atisha and Shantideva's example of humility and exchanging self and others is crucial. But first and foremost, the great Buddhist masters, men and women, taught us how to reflect on our own experiences and not be afraid to ask the hard questions about life and reality and the path to true happiness. Because this is what Buddhist philosophy is. It's all about asking questions. To do this in a way that values altruistic motivations for learning and teaching, that supports student voices, student dreams, freedoms of expression, and freedom of language is the altruistic Mahayana thought. Like two wings of a bird, compassion must be paired with wisdom. a wisdom which envisions safe and healthy education for children and future generations of students together with their families in Tibet, in India, and everywhere across the globe is the greatest vision of ancient wisdom that I hope to see become a modern reality. So, my dear friends, never give up. Let's never give up for a free Tibet, for a compassionate world in every moment, in every one of our lives. Thank you, Karun Che Tuche Che, and hopefully we'll see you all again.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. May I please request the presentation of the memento kindly?
She gave me consent to bother her in future as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll take a picture together.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, for teaching the Buddhist philosophy to the Canadians. And also, you've mentioned how grateful we are here to be in Canada, where very many prestigious universities that Dr. Amber just mentioned are offering the teachings of Buddhist philosophy, the science of Buddhism to the people all over the world. As His Holiness says, Tibetan culture, the Buddhist tradition, is not just good for the Tibetans, it is a treasure to the entire humanity. So this is very befitting that we in Canada get to learn Buddhist philosophy, whether you're Buddhist or not. It has a lot to give to the humanity. Thank you. It's time now to acknowledge and call on stage the bronze sponsors. May I please call a representative from the Kailash Dentistry to please come on the stage and receive the memento. Kailash Dentistry. And we would also like to call upon a representative from Karma Sonam Targeling, please. Karma Sonam Targeling. Representative from Karma Sonam Targeling. Thank you for the applause. Representative of the Karma Sonam Targeling. May I also call the representative of the Tibetan Seniors Group. Tibetan Seniors Group, please. Any representative from the Tibetan Seniors Group? Okay, we'll present that later.
정말 뜻실래 아니 단대대행에 건주디 상코파라 아니 건주 콘스켐그 좀 저기 고등기 레림디 타디 칭에 당건주 속바 아니 게조 브리치딘 속바 간존춘델링 되감 취식한루 의장 처가 드메 처가 토론토 신렌조 Ontario, Pimil Lenzo, Toronto Sanegi, Pero Aludu Soba, Samo in Yamru Tone do Chalenamre, Ani Tanangazu de Tadiche, the Samegi, that Soba Samal, Susu language, Samegi Yamru Tone, to Sharinam du Chevigi, Dumdere.
ta ina di khang la thandu ngonzo kanju chindiling the purichidin soba gule che and soba kha thandu thu gi gule che di khang la thandu ngonzo thanda ta thadi che dinde gyachimbu shu yindu an ngonzo khashe jil bugu shu je khran zo gi ani magu thanglang thon dus rogon naw re and dil ning thaba ne thuji shu yi an thanda ngonzo de avatin chula and dingja to chip naw na shu yi. So the Sankofa Godun celebration is a big event. This event is organized by 8 organizations: Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center, Dogam Chuchikandu Canada, Uzan Choka Ontario, Dome Choka Ontario, Regional Tibet Youth Congress Toronto, Tibetan Women's Association of Ontario, Students for Free Tibet Toronto. On top of the 8 organizations, some of the volunteers who stepped up and helped us in organizing this. So do you see a grand stage here? Can you give a big round of applause? Sama cha shukshung dabrona and dela thadi nange charo nange nga sama ya mingbugi gule member dinde ange de dingja to pherona shwei kesa phinzula dingja to pherona test of gela आणि केसा डोकोला त्रिन दोजला तिनजी छुडला तिनचला खवायना दे दिन फेरोना आणि नमगे चुनीला खुरान सु तंदा गजु त दावाची क्लास गजु थडी छिदु अनि दे छशी सुरे अनि तंदा दे दिंगजागी तंदा छेदान जु सुरे अनि 탭 디스웨레 군두엔소 데와체레 아니 칼레 간섬지 다 찰렌 창매기 냠루 토네 나제 코란조 믹스에기 두스 방고 따나레 안딜랭에데 속베게 창매 삽시데 잉타바네 투체슈웨이 and 아우텐실라 차다스나론 차다 비루나 슈웨이 투체나 de kuba nyambu tenaruna autinshila da tsocho and sama cha shukshumu dabruna tojiche Tojichena and then Denzibal Mapugi, so I'm going to pass over to the MC now. Thank you.
Tandate Minakashi Tingja Kalteri Sheti, Ani Tarikuki, Zaguti, Ani Tuti, Suchundire, and Dinalolia.
On behalf of the working committee members that just received the mementos, I would like to thank the board members to have given us this opportunity to serve today and help out a little bit. It's an honor for us. It's unbelievably honor to be a part of such a wonderful event. His Holiness the Dalai Lama is the very identity of the Tibetan people, and if you get to work to do something to contribute, that's the biggest honor. So thank you. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Next, we have the magnificent yak dance performed by the TCC volunteer artist. Yaksi, the yak dance, is a humorous nomadic scene taken from a Tibetan folk opera, Doa Sangmo. It depicts the life of a nomadic family and their yak herd. The nomad woman milks the D, female yak, and churns to make the butter. She then sings the song, offering fresh butter to the deity. The yak, the animal unique to Central Asia and symbolic of the Tibetan spirit of rugged strength and playfulness, Please enjoy this magnificent yak dance by the TCC volunteer artists.
Alo mà chơi mình ngồi tuyên là sao lo? Bây giờ thì kêu công mà cái nào?
ya tomo chitare oya
ya ta ya lo sunga golo sonche no den so le la pa go le re ko ya
ya tomo sewa dempa ri oya
ya ta dun tu ko khana so ina apa chin chin chi sa ga do ro chi ya
oh ya dota do gole ri ya ta apa lo ke po sote lanko mampo za ko te ya apa pimo zizi thong thong ole mi ya ta mita gudo sina domo kera rata oya
ya ta tu apa kha me ngai chi do cho ya ya kore tenta a thuk te pe ni ma thun tu ko khana so ina ya kore tenta
Allah so ama tinje chidara ama
ya ta kyo khana so ya
오 아마 다른 옷이 참으도와 어디니 마치 이게 디모르라지 칭아마
야야
커피지뇨 베글지뇨 디자네 직대가는 니코데야마
야 다니마 피오레 노딘솔레라 바골레라 아마 오마 쇼골레야
오 아빠 tinje
ya kore tindo chitata
다 아마 tinje 제라 남 피부 차서 놀해라 파고 레서 아빠 놀래라 파고 에레
re ya ama sekyo dempa ri oi machine kyo ama chichi shede ke ni shede chizo dere tandara so shkore
ya hello everybody Dashi Dilek my name is Tundup. My mom and dad wants me to bring the yaks on the stage. Do you guys want to see the yak? I can't hear you. Do you guys want to see the yak? But we have a problem. I can't find the yaks. So I need your help to find the yaks. When I move my hand, can you guys say yak? Let's try it. This side? Okay, on the left side? One more time. Yeah. 자기 거야. 차. 야. 따. 샤. 야, 자기 거 되게 쉽지 못하. 야, 샤. 야, 라레, 라순데요, 라타기에, 라스드쇼, 샤. 볼로, 샤. 야. 차서. Have some salt. 차서. 차. 자기 거 되게 쉬지 못하. 야. 러시아야. 야, 두이탈로 작아서 추가 요백갱. 가추다 자기 거니. 슈치 못하네. 봉하라 두부 다시 두야 그래. 아유야, I'm so tired. 야, 아빠 진짜 난 너디니 차다 치디신을 헬라 파차 이 아빠.
야, 그래, 튼도. 단돈들라 삐짜무지 야올레리야. 다디 아마 오마 슈골레리. 비디 동자시나 아빠 미통 구동 통레리오야.
야, 아빠 진짜. 야. 아빠 진짜 지엘라. 너들라 저기 아빠 오마 슈골레세. 야, 쇼. 신나 타기. 야. 타기. 신나서 우두 타기. 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 쇼. 라레 와순데요 라타기에 라호마지 쉬고 야야야야야야 타기 야차차 아라라라라라 아빠빠빠빠빠 such a powerful kick. 아차차차차차 I think she is ready for the FIFA Football World Cup, you know. 아차차차차차차차차 아바바 타기 야 차차차 땀바 야라세 야순데요 라타기에 라시나야 야라테 진이 좀 눌러 슛 짜짜짜짜짜짜 뭐 자기 거치 맞더니喂야마 진짜 야大妈 엄마 슈초조 야마
变着也不错呀的。
야 자기 여보대야 좀 야라시 라순데요 라타기에 라시 야순데요 La chagi la
야야 아빠 진짜
야야야야 도모 찌타래 와야다
야다 뒤다로 가초야len 겐게 오마데 배 잔자지 되네 오소디 아마기 교심이 다야 다 아빠 진진지 갸로치야
야야야야 도모 텐체 카메 오야 아빠 갸다 갸골레리야 아빠 로침보 손테야 케파 지지 통도 올리미 야 미투 구타 시나 코레 든도 라타 아코레 든도
야 아빠 친제 따지 체라봐
야다 오마디 야 갸체 오소나라 로쇼야
오, 다 아빠 친제인데 레 유나니 통조 아빠 사교 유나니 아빠 호라 낭라데니 덥디가는 사대제베 야야 아빠 또 엄마디 이지 쪽으로 와 야야야야야야야야야 저기 야야야야 Oh wow, so much milk. Organic milk, you know? Yeah. Yeah, la hey, la sunde yo, la chagi hey, la yendaro. Yeah. 저게 빼야 오데스. 냐. 야. Very good, chagi. 냐. Have some salt. 차서. 냐. 야. 아베. 차. 아빠 야보 대소야. 야, 라레. 라 순데 요. 라 chagi. 야. 소제 가다. 네. 뭐 아빠 저지야.
야야야야야
와. 야. 제니 스몰. 요. 야.
야야야 코레 든도 다야부치 가쇼야
야야 아빠 지지. 야야 아마 진짜.
야야야 코레 든도
야 아빠.
다 오마티 야푸 토체 오수디나라 자 로체 아마 마르소레리요
야 아빠. Let's make some butter. Yo. 야. 코로로. 야, 로탈로 아마다 아빠니기 3등 두배 코로로. 로탈로 뱀바 용기 3등 두배 코로로. 아빠 달리 말약부터 나 둔중알라 뽀로진 예쇼와 아빠.
야야야야야 코레 졸라마냐나 슬라녀야
야 아빠 야. 조조. 뚜lum야 아빠.
야야야야 도모 찌타래 오야다
야다 뒤다로 가초야len 겐게 마데 배 잔자지 되시도야
야 도모 세와 덴파리 오야다 ya ta mar tinte tramo thongo de ya nga so jawa reboche ki logo chu khobe gudin ki temte la ya kapi tramo ji pucha na mare ha
ret ngoma
ya kore tudo
Walla so apa chinji chicha apa.
Atalo ma tramo thong le riya
Oh ya.
ati nga so temte khongsa kyang ke chembu lo gudin ki temte la ya kapi tramo ji pu le ya
La so apa chasu che apa.
야코레 된다
Walla mother, what's up?
야 따큐기 노딘 조 자가야 사치다 추가송 사치라 갸동쇼야
Ya, ama chinche apa chinche.
ya kore tundo chitara o
Ta ama chinche zariela nordu de tsaka yasada chuga sansochula gyasho se apa. Sajadina ni building mashu 통하면도 apa. 노디게 가나 gyangoreda.
ya kore kyo ka me ya mashine ngaso jimisen ge dirima dona leksho singen jidwa dela
Ya apa.
dela tam ole reo una ya ole
Ya apa lecture wa. Ya take jo ngaso lecture do. Ya take let's go to lecture. Cha Ya la re la so de yo la take he la na zo ya la se la na zo la take he我是来说了就呀，这个看到你说呀了嘞，我说的哟，我这个我是来说了就呀，这个感觉吃到来说啊，呀，cha啊，上，
Okay, if you enjoy that performance, let's hear a huge round of applause. That was indeed a magnificent yak dance. Okay, next we have the Tibetan traditional dress ramp walk presented by the Toronto Tibetan community. This is a vibrant showcase of traditional attire representing the three historic provinces of Tibet, Utsang, Kham, and Amdo, celebrating the diversity and richness of the Tibetan cultural heritage. Are they ready?
당라 잡으면 너무 좋기 아니 약제 조성 쉬는 데 잡으래 안돼 산다 잡으래
We're now waiting for the artists to do the ramp walk. You're going to see some fabulous young Tibetan boys and girls who will come in their traditional attire representing the three provinces of Tibet, Amdo, Kham, and Uzang. So just give them 2 minutes to get ready, and then I bet you're going to really enjoy the show. After this, we also have the Ngomba dance and some dedication prayers, word of thanks, and then at the end of today's event around 4, we will gather the whole community, the whole Tibetan community here. I see like hundreds of you down there will gather in the circle dance. There will be gorshe. And we also welcome the non-Tibetans. This is your chance to join the majestic circle of dance. So please feel free to join. Just insert yourself in between some, group of people, and you're going to really, really enjoy it. It's going to be big fun, I bet.
abkosham na jida andi jedle yongbe dubaji andi ne gorshe yesera naso ani tande chane the kosham the tradition barecha de kamachingi jiko andi jedal khardu kora mazo fashion show de che dijelani ngomba chawa ta shisu jela ya an tuje lekvita andi jedal gorshe yes to sungdo laso
song lo chỉ là biết cả là đàn song lo ya lo chung ma lo que sa ma lo sa bi ro ma lo ta la jang xin lo ga la se ga lo ya lo cha ma lo que sa ma yo sa bi ro ma yo nang la chang so do ta la cha shi yo ga la se ga yo.
We'll give you a little time to take the pictures. While the public are taking pictures, let me remind you that we have a tent with the kids activity corner. We have a tent where the non-Tibetans can wear Tibetan dresses and take pictures. There is also a compassion pledge wall for everybody to join. Delicacies all around, free tea and water all day throughout. Okay, can we conclude the photo session here? Next on the stage, let me invite the TCC volunteer artists. They're going to perform Hunter's dance called Ngombaringa. This ritual dance is performed before the start of the Tibetan opera. The dance is meant to purify the state in which the opera will be performed. The masked characters are called Ngombas or hunters, and they represent the deity Vajrapani. The girls, wearing 5-panel crowns with large rosettes at the ears, represent Dakinis or celestial beings. At the end of the dance, everyone on stage tosses handfuls of tsamba, the grounded roasted barley, into the air to appease the bodhisattvas and deities for the peace and prosperity of all the sentient beings. Welcome on stage the hunter dancers.
라다 코아비야서 올라신기엘라 슈퍼 ker중어서 흘러서 경주세 시속에 개와자세 바로 이그 길러 주오래 떨려
다 이때들이야 네 제가
Next, we will continue with the Prayers of Truth, Dinzimyolam, performed by former artists of the Tibetan Institute of Performing Arts. A profound prayer composed by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, invoking the power of truth, compassion, and universal responsibility.
Hello.
Sama student jaro na to chena. Ta tale di mixe nganzu kanju chende lingi thanglawa mixe thapde thanglawa changmala ani nganzu bugu shiba na shi ta dunda shi string la ngune kunzu ninje tume kale kye bare andela nge changme sobe da ani nganzu phuri changme chap shu de ning thawa ne to chena shwe yin tama cha shu shumu da na. Yeah, so we'd like to thank all the TCC volunteer performers who actually spent more than 4 weeks, and we saw their performance. Can you give a big round of applause? Yeah, thank you so much. Ani chozucho ani Quranzo jedash pi na na shwe. Can you help? Yeah, ani tende de.
데 레기조 데 당라 안다 잘된번 넘어서 데 남게라체 데니 게바상라체 데니 게트실라체 데니 데 츠링라체 데니 디젠라체 게츠리빈졸라 찰라스텐라 아니 게치니라 Chladashla and the Jingmi, the Jayala Che, Jingila, Gojala, and the Murla Che, Sidunla, Kevimla Che, and Chalalosanla. Thank you so much, Tavrona, Namzo Ninzen to de. Tunda shesi nanglo tuzi nyunyu di nanglo la ya tabjong namre ahan san ya gu nang song an chazang lo de chobu dung sabchi che tangla nare lenge zama nye nying taban tuzi shesio.
Tadisham de la nganzu tanda soba kha ta nganzu ge gi nyamru ton chalen na yure and tanda nganzu de purichi dun soba da kanju chindi lingi ta genki and soba kha chu gi ani une nganzu nyamru gi ton ne chalen na je tanda de dumde dus twen bare ani nganzu de soba kha chu la nganzu chedu gi ani nganzu de chinsu gi and sendaj pyi and authenchla de tingja to ani peruna shui authenchla chage de manarona. So this momentous event has been possible with the collective work of 8 Tibetan, Canadian Tibetan organization and the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center and Canadian Tibetan Association. With the 6 organization, we actually organized this event, and then all the 8 organizations, we came together and then was successful in organizing this event. So we would like to recognize the 6 Tsokwas here. So I'm going to call the name and please come up. Dokam Chushikandu Tsozo ya Perona. Ani ya Wangshin Tokila Chushikandu Tsozo. Digi Jela Tanda Sunny Sunamla and Ontario to the Toronto Sunny Shinu. Dishu de Domatsrin la Ontario Sunny Pumel Henzo. Dishu de Tenzi Kusan la Toronto Piran Lubdu Soba. Dishu de Losela and Uzan Choga, Sozo Uzan Choga. Dishu de Kungala Dume Choga, Ontario Dume Choga Sozo. I guess it's doing it now. I'll let Sozo. Tatanda de ngazu nyamru ton chale na wagi tumde dire ani changme gi chobakha thuda ani ngazde kunde avten shila choda ani digla de chama cha shukshmus dabrona thama. Yeah. So we would like to thank all the 6 organizing committee members. So the Ontario Tibetan Women's Association, the Regional Tibetan Youth Congress of Toronto, the Dome Chushikang Group Canada, we have Students for Free Tibet Toronto, and we have Uzang Choga Ontario and Dome Choga Ontario. Last big round of applause, please. Thank you. Loso Tuchena, Altinchila Tuchena.
And I would add, on top of the 6 organizations, the board members of Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center, the board members have worked day and night for the last 4 weeks to make this event a big success. So on behalf of all the Tibetans in Ontario, I would like to thank the board members of TCCC and CTAO.
All right, right. Yeah. Is this the?
Roughly the middle.
Thank you so much. Okay. Next, we have Ms. Tenzin Tella, VP Finance of the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center and the Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, who on behalf of the organizing committee will be giving the vote of thanks.
Tashi Deleg and good afternoon. Look at this crowd. What an amazing turnout. And what a blessing this day has been. The weather has been very, very kind. On behalf of the organizing committee, which comprises of the Canadian Tibetan Association of Ontario, the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Center, the Regional Toronto Youth Congress, the Tibetan Women's Association of Ontario, Dokam Chushi Gandu, Canada, Dome Association of Ontario, Yuzan Choga of Ontario, and Students for a Free Tibet Toronto, it is my deep honor and privilege to offer this vote of thanks. We would like to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to our Sangha members, Dharma centers, and the religious committee for all the efforts in the Buddhist exhibition tent and also opening this event with an auspicious religious ceremony this morning and gracing all of us with your sacred presence. You bless this entire day with meaning and purpose. Our distinguished chief guest, Honorable MP of Etobicoke Lakeshore, Mr. James Maloney, who is also the chair of Parliamentary Friends of Tibet. We are deeply touched by your steadfast support for our community. Our special guest, MPP of Ta'ai Parkdale High Park, Miss Alexa Gilmore, your ever willingness to stand with our community is deeply appreciated. Both of your active participation today reflects the warmth and solidarity of the Canadian government and people with His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's vision for a peaceful and compassionate world. A heartfelt thank you to Ratu Monastery Khensu Rinpoche Thupdel Hundubla, also known as Nicholas Vreeland, who joined us all the way from New York and graced us with his profound teachings on His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's 4 principal commitments. Your wisdom illuminated this gathering in the most profound way. We are grateful beyond measure. Our speakers that shed further light to these 4 principal commitments, Venerable Dr. Bhante Saranapala from Mindful and Kind Nation, Kempo Dr. Kunga Sherabla from Sakya Chokor Link Center, Tenche Gyatsola, the President of International Campaign of Tibet, and also the niece of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Putila Karpoche, the much beloved former MPP of Ta'ai Parkdale High Park. And Dr. Amber Mary Moore from University of Toronto. We are honored and humbled that you shared your time, your knowledge, and your wisdom with us today. Our most generous donors and sponsors, this event would simply not have been possible without your generosity and compassion. Our whole Tibetan community is forever grateful. TCC volunteer performers, teachers, students and teachers of our beloved language and cultural school. What a great set of performances you presented to all of us today. We know how hard you have worked, and today you showed to the world that we Tibetans have our unique culture and tradition and welcomed the world to bask in its glory. Every song, every dance in our own mother tongue is a tribute to our heritage. Thank you for being the preservers of our beautiful culture and tradition. Our dedicated working committee members, thank you for all the countless hours, the late nights, endless meetings, and the tireless planning that made this day a reality. There is a joy in working together in service of something larger than ourselves. And we felt that joy throughout the journey that brought us here today. Thank you for your generous service. To our business supporters, whose ads you will see on the vertical display screens, we also have with us 2 restaurant businesses, Momo To Go and Little Tibet Restaurant. We completely acknowledge your support and participation today was your expression of support for our effort to honor His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's message of peace and compassion. We are very grateful. And to all our extraordinary volunteers on the ground who have worked very, very hard all day today. Those from our VIP service team, our volunteers in the different tents, and those who helped us set up the stage and exhibition, all the volunteers from all the 7 organizing committee. We want you to know that we see your service, we feel your dedication, and we are deeply grateful. And last but not the least, to each and every one of you here today, you showed up. We have amongst us Canadian Tibetans, Tibetan diaspora, and our dear non-Tibetan friends who showed up in solidarity and love, and curious passerbys. You came despite the rain, you stayed, you participated, you celebrated with us, you filled this day with warmth, spirit, and joy, and you made it a tremendous success. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, our Kundi, has spent his whole life teaching about compassion. So we would like to end this vote of thanks with one of His Holiness's favorite prayers for generating compassion as a call for action for all of us. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. Thank you, everyone, from the bottom of our hearts. Tujinal. Thank you so much, everybody.
Wow, Zelala, what a powerful speech. Oh my goodness, amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I now invite the members of the Sangha to offer the dedication prayers. These closing prayers will dedicate the collective merit of the day to the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and to peace and compassion throughout the world. Tochena. So with this, we come to the end of the performances on the stage. Before we call it a day, I would like to say a few words. Today, the Sankofa Square, the iconic Sankofa Square, became a powerful symbol of compassion, peace, interfaith harmony, and cultural unity. Through the performances, reflections, exhibitions, and the community, we witnessed the enduring impact of His Holiness's vision for humanity. To everyone who joined us, supported us, volunteered, performed, stood with us today despite the rain, thank you. Your presence made this gathering unforgettable. Long live His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and may His Holiness enjoy a long and healthy life. I would like to request all the people who have been taking pictures and videos, please share as much as possible, because the messages of His Holiness, the life and legacy of His Holiness the Dalai Lama will bring so much to the world, so much to the entire humanity. Please make sure you share it as much as possible in all forms possible. Thank you. We will now set up for the circle dance, Gorshe. So hundreds of Tibetans and non-Tibetans, our Tibetan friends, join us, all of you, to do this circle dance in the middle of the circle here. But for that, we need to clear up the space. So may I please request, especially the Tibetan community members here, to please help undo the tables. The tables are all folding tables. Remove the chairs and prepare the stage, prepare the square for the circle dance. And each one of you, please enjoy Gorshe. Pögalo, kyamguru muje kuze tilo tembasho, tochenang. Puripunda number sola shuela Gorshe Tanda Gotsu Wada and Dine Nanzo Chuzunga da Kamangapju Nyanga la Gorshe Zamsha Guyore De Sanegi Tim na Chuzu Tupala Chazan Sabachi Guyore Chuzu Tupala Gorshe Savejela number so Tujisi Charo Nanjing de Kurdueda Zangma Sueda Dindela Charo Narona Kajin Shua ina nga zo kamanga la ngui pun do go yore di inde chuzu geba la ta chazan di Sankofa Square sangmat sangyan cha go yore ke kush le mogo che cha go yore tuje se khoshe do naro na ani khoshe sawe je la charo naro na kadin che thoche na nga da kamanga chu nge nga la khoshe jam sharo na thoche na
Thank you.
just delay. 다양 라리안 데 태동지 비리. 아니 다른 쇼게 주제 초반에 전도 스터디 제 초반에 하는 아저도 구등기 제고 고조래. 아니 다 구등기 제고기 아니 마 타말이야 마 죽지루도 아니 녜디 라리안 겔라라 아저 간지 신들이다 비준 소배 소신게 쓰든라라야 간지 중에 메기 콜레 티오들리 슈야 겔라 아니 나서 안다 제고도 trouble 겔라 간지 중소 다 제고디 말한주기 남기 딱 한데 채시 쉬어봐나시 아니 방림 digbu 한 참아 빼야고 총송 쉬어이 안디 창매기 냠루 돈이 차레나 베기 엔둠데 레섬구도 아니 디 칸레 딱 하라 그래 채시 쉬어봐나시 제 빼야고 총송 쉬어이 Let's get 아니 디 한다 this day 디 한다 지게는 내도 되나라 So tanda nga shoge tanda namshi dis ko wi di phuri mangmu shu pheje da chisu chige mangmu pheje ko thibata kandi mangmu shu du an chige kha ge kundio mangmu shu phere an dina shi jinda ge chige kha mangmu yore an khon ju sangme gi an pe nga ju nang du an pe ya ku chung su shwe Let's get ande temde mangmu so de ya me manglo khore chung so gala de thona chung chung sa 다 뎀디디 데링안조 뎀디디 믹스기 아니 콘세멘 좀 쇼기 제남다 아니 제첸카레 안 믹스기 단다 콩기 두개 담저시고들이 안디 니만소 그게 제듀가니 아니 코안조 똥슈나 믹스기 때문에 다 제첸카 제듀가니 아니 코안조 가슈고 무도 아니 니버디 다 데링안조 데 코급 심체 아니 벽이 아니 리그네카 좀 뎀데슈레 벽이 리그네카 믹스기 아니 벽이 낭도리바네 슝젠카병아기 아니 먼저 럽피셰레 다 슝젠카병아 강다 아니 믹스기 먼저 다지 믹스에 먼저 데라 아니 규기 아니 나기 돈에는 먼저 된다 지가 디스베레 가서 만달라 레그바 다 만달라나 킹고데 믹스에 멜레 킹고셴 아니 미게 멜레 킹고셴체 멜레 킹고데 안타나 주 셴셴바레 안디 슈데 먼저 소리 거체 안디나시 소리 거체 아니 믹스에 다리 거체 리 창마 먼저 방금 지제 디제 아니 다른 배야 부 총수쇼에 아니 다 도가니 슈모버레 도와디 되는 거지 니마 강자 믹스에 다 도가나네 슈망부 정도 타베기 고거 총수 아니 깨바 상부쇼 총 안디 뎀데데 아니 다 친나 창마기 안디 칼로다 베베기 나운데 링네 카차잔 창송슈에 Let's get 아니 비전 링네 체중 좀 신 쇼크해지 공사로 다 다리는 주대 아니 gel라 담에 대한다 견디반 넘버 소지기 대 물음주 된서 뒷물음 비gel라 가르래 아니 디 등에 다 된서 가내라 gel라 네 다나가주 건데카기 양 대응주 추조카 아니 멍슈여레 엔 추조카 참마기 아니 냠부 토네 다랭아주 대 군주 추조카기 초중이 주체 안 대나는 도리 비기 된다 지 칼로그레 에 다나가주 뎀디 칸데 아니 믹스에 때 디차자 호란주 긴키버레 안 디가 탄데 대 쇼베 먼저 아니 시주네 치제마 시주데레 아니 멜람데레 아니 멜람데 아니 탄데 믹스에 때문에 구제 템바타 아니 탄데 믹스에기 아니 지가 전주 샘께다 딘데돌랑 주고체 안타리는 주기다 잘 되는 주기다 겨울음 제기 제제디 당주 미만을 때지 때디 개침을 모성장 콩기 제제딘 졸라 아니 먼저기 다 라마 수수기 라마
mise kadni sumde lama indi lamegi ani jejela ani tugi khala jejela ani kadi je de shuye gi chedo ngu shi du ngu de tharengi ani ngu gi cho kha sawa de ani gawrum che gi ani kujela kujitembala ngu mi che ani du shi je ngu thamade ngwa de mulam du shi so shwe
la so ya tu je ta na zo ko she de la ra
gare tang zo di shu de tang zo de du chi chi ngu de chala zo du ngu de chu zo ni ma zen zo ko she tha tang zo toronto ko she kera chi mu de an di na la ngu ta phoba zo che an chi ge mang bu chi ngu de nyam shu che gi ngu rewa chi an di gi ani changme gi da ga de to sum gi ngane an thari ngu de jig zerim di an pe ya chung so shwe tu ji she
la so ya la 아니 구리 소준 상면이야 아니 가지데 다리 먼저 대동 당에 간주는 랭게 아니 되기는 달라나게 상마 다리 대동을 페레 아니 결랑 가지고 상매게 결라라 저바장디 달라나 도시체쇼 라소야 도시체야 라소 아니 야 단다 더 페링기 제고디 도시엔 좁샤 아니 다 담아들이야 고르셰요레 아니 고르셰디 치즈 나다 심상아스도 마두이 숨도 아니 예열을 여대버나 대페로나 안데 멤버이나 당아주 고르셰디 고주렌소 안다리 태동대 참샤기 아니 아주 고든디 야고 청소 다시로레 청소 라소 아니 야 라야 자마 제고 제가라 제요 두시셰
Sure. RF1. Oh, no, sorry. MC1. RF1, sorry.
di kasanganzu de korshe tasa di saja di shunju chagdu de kubja yegyo de kuji manzu ba ti sima japshi gyaru che shwe 공개 매우시 타는 아주 개침부 쉬어와 아니 거시 타두가니 미 망부 쉬어디 아니 굽자 디스마 겹시 겨루치 쉬어이 치마 탄다디 가서 치마 같이 굿다 다나네 와 현재 마데 세대 마시스나로나 투치나 탄데 샵자 구지 탄데 마 치나마 탄데 무티니 마 티시마 나로나 탄데 가서 베게 사자페 망고 요래 사자 첨부 쉬우에 공다 투치 just one song. Yeah. France shade Roger Yorbe. France shade Roger Yorbe. Roger Yomar ba. La. Hanje bhai table ni Sheikh Khan. Sheikh Khan. Oh my God. Slela. ये ना नम्बे टेमजे इसे खांचे पे टेबल है जुरे कुछ रहा है नहीं ला लागे ला थर्टी मार दिन जी ये मार कोई थर्टी जी कोरान से हुआ इन्होंने लागू और ना थर्टी जी निशा हुआ इन्होंने माला मामा मैं शेच था ब्रो This one like you know, she may not want to call you. She did want to hope that down and call you down to. Okay, you don't need that. Yeah, yeah. Can't say what they do. Ah, tongue is a country with them tongue law. Oh, and tell me the Quran music level than on the tablet. Yeah. Gonda grande this is some such tile tanda zatle ro shi ma suyo tingi nam le mara music 간제 배울 때만 그것도 뮤직 위해서. korse tenge sama da nyamshu naro na ngatu de chuze ching ma de yomarda sama nyamshu naro na akura joge rokpa dinde ya chige mina dinde na sama namnola nyamshu naro na So this is a one-time opportunity, so anyone who's here, just join the crochet. Please, yeah. Just join the crochet. Tanende ani kogab dine tanda ani de tham de la crochet cha rai mare ani hamme gi nyamshu naro na asoso gi nyego de kasa chige kundu da chige bina dine na sama nyamshu je chu chi naro na shui tachena nganzu khoshe thayagi de chuze chi class ma to mindu ansame khogap simrona
Zasa.